is happening. It's real now.
There might be like, hey, my ceiling is tilted. It's streaming tabletop RPG.
No, I'm not. It's lying to you. It's intended for mature audiences.
Okay, but to be fair, I feel like we're gonna say fuck a lot. So
yeah, and also lots of explicit content in the form of horrible gore.
thanks. We watched Darker and Dale versus Evil. That was fun.
And it was good. Awesome. That seems to be functional. Good. Alright. Well.
It was functional enough that it showed up on the thing, so.
Post the link.
I already posted the link.
I see he was still perished horribly, please send help.
What?
Is that the go live message you have set?
What? Is it?
I think so.
We just got a pop-up on Kai's computer which is running the Twitch stream. And it's
Perfect. I don't care. That's exactly what I wanted.
This thing is tilted. Is perished, please send help.
I didn't know if that meant the stream had crashed or if the stream was like.
I'll change it to something that's not that later, but right now I'm leaving it. Alright, let's give it a second to, you know, see if anybody shows up.
There's 3 people watching.
And they're all us, huh?
Yeah.
One of them I can only assume is Khaled.
I'm listed as broadcaster. And my name's a funny color. Wait, can I...
Kai is struggling to type.
I never used this
I
keyboard.
modded James. There you go.
Oh, let's go.
I think you should trust James to be a mod, but not me, honestly.
You should trust me to be a mod. That would have
Wait, who's that?
That's me.
Okay. You don't deserve mod.
Yeah, I basically up until this point only used Twitch to like watch content made by the same people as did that like podcast. So that's the reference to the podcast, so that people knew who I was.
Alright, like I said, we're just gonna give it a minute, and I don't know where I would even look to see how many people are watching, so...
Apparently, I can't
Wait, there's 5!
5? Whoa, that's more people than there are
here.
here.
People button.
Yeah, I'm not on the stream, so...
Yo, who's here? That isn't us.
Shout out to anyone who's here, I don't know why. You should leave now.
Oh, feel free to stay.
Now it's 4.
Oh, no, get rid of one.
My brand is telling everyone watching the fuck off.
James,
Maybe not great for your brand in general.
I don't know. People like to hate watching. You just hate watch me, and I make it easy for you.
Hate watch our stream. I'm sure that will go well.
Yeah. You can yell like mean comments in the chat, and I'll be like, "You're mean," and I find it very. And now we're down to 3. Everyone left.
We're back down to 3. It's just.
Yep.
Also, I am still getting a tiny bit of echo from the.
I think your audio quality is still wide. Your thing, that thing.
Well,
like,
I think the solution is you 2 going on push to talk, because now you could reach the keyboard.
True.
Consider that I despise push to talk with my entire being.
That's gonna make the problem.
No, that's gonna make it worse.
Come on,
I know
we're
how to
taking the
use-
solution that doesn't solve this problem. I think this is like the best we can do.
Or you could just put push to talk on.
Is that where it was before?
I think so.
Kellen, say something.
All right, I'm giving up on you.
Say something.
Yeah, that exact thing. Alright, this is fine. I'm fine. Okay. So, let's say hypothetically, we were doing this thing, and what we were doing was a tabletop stream. And we had started streaming and have been talking about not tabletop for 4 minutes. Almost 5, now it's been 5. So I think probably what we do is we start off with a little introduction so that the viewers at home know who we are and who we're playing, and that will be cool. I think that should be a good place to start, and it's almost like I knew that was coming because you all know what your intro should be. I'm going last, so whoever's going, maybe we just go in order of the.
Do you want me to do that? Oh.
Are you pointing at me?
No, I'm pointing to the Discord thing.
I mean,
Run away pointing at James, right?
Yeah.
What's happening?
So who's going first?
You talk.
Okay.
Thank you, James.
You pointed in a random direction and said that, and I'm like, what? What's happening? Okay. Hi. I'm James. I'm playing Frank Smith, you guys' local ice cream shop owner. Got my gang of rascals who work for me, just trying to keep them from getting themselves in too much trouble.
Frank Smith, where do you live? Where are you from?
I live in the city of Granton.
City.
City, not city.
Shitty podunk town of Granton. Yeah.
Metropolis of Granton.
Basically in the attic of my ice cream shop. And this is where I'm from. Grew up here. Kind of washed out of college.
And Frank Smith, what are you afraid of?
A lot of things. Losing people mostly. That's the big one.
Rad. Also, he, him pronouns all around. Did want to touch on that. Alright, who's next?
no,
You.
no, it's this list.
Oh, it's that list. Oh, hey, that means it's part.
Metropolis? Oh no, I don't want to go next. Hello.
Nope.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm Parker. My pronouns are he, him. I'm playing Milo, who's your local idiot, ghost hunting, Twitch streamer. Not Twitch, but you know what I mean. His pronouns are also he, him. Yeah. Milo's not from Delham. He's not from the area. He's from Boston. And something he's afraid of?
Yeah, what
That's
spooks Milo McCreary?
Well, Milo isn't afraid of ghosts, but like wildlife? Like a bear would scare Milo. Just like animals. This he's a little urban man, and like actual like forest dangers scare him.
Excellent.
Nice. Hi, I'm Abby, the token woman.
Yes!
I use she, her pronouns. I'm playing Ms. Cynthia, who is what?
Nope. Go on.
Okay, cool. I'm playing Cynthia. She is an older woman in her 60s who has been living in Granton for a normal amount of time for a woman in her 60s to have been living. She lives in an old schoolhouse, sort of like a little outside of town, and has a very sort of 50s aesthetic to her. Has also mastered the art of being passive-aggressive.
Mostly in Frank Smith's direction.
Mostly in Frank Smith's direction. Yeah, I think if Cynthia's afraid of anything, it's probably like being alone. Thirstly. She's a big people person.
Sick. And last but not least.
Yeah, I'm Kai, he, him. I'm playing Thomas DePasca, who also uses he, him. Or Tom for short, because Thomas DePasca is a mouthful.
Yes, Tom's self pronouns.
He is also a city boy, but not like as much as Milo is. He like failed law school, dropped out of law school, panic bought a house in Granton, proceeded to like not know how to drive on ice and break his entire leg, and has been living in Granton ever since.
That's how they get you.
Yeah. So he's in Granton, and I think driving on snow is still not something that he's a fan of, given that the last time he did it, he broke his entire leg.
F.
Wow. How cool. Well, guess what? I'm here too. And I'm Kelton, and I use he, him pronouns. And the system, I'm our little creative mastermind. I'm our myth maker. That's a Periphery term. I'm the GM for this lovely little game. I also invented this lovely little game, which is why if you're traveling the abyss of the internet and end up here and go, what the fuck are they playing? You don't know and you can't know, and that's okay. So yeah, made a system, now we're playing in it. I'm gonna be everybody that's not those 4 people. And it's gonna be a good time. So that about does it for intro. Periphery is a Powered by the Apocalypse game with a focus on small town horror, folk horror, etc. And sort of the communities they're in. It's pretty hype, honestly. And I'm sure at some point the information about it will be published somewhere on the internet, but not the fuck right now. I'm also our campaign artist, so any art that is here is mine, including what you're looking at right now and what you'll be looking at for the rest of time, because I'm not changing it. That's our splash art, and it will be the background of every single stream. Cool. So that's like housekeeping out of the way. So I think the only logical next step is to maybe set the stage a little bit. How's that sound, everybody?
Do we have a proper start of session move now? Do we need to start with that?
Yeah.
No, we need to start with letting me set the stage, and then we'll do the whole game, I promise.
Alright.
I pinky swear, it'll be cool, but give me this first. Let me have this. There's not much up in Northeast Vermont. Not much at all. But not much isn't nothing, and that's why if you go looking, you can find places, pockets of civilization that most have forgotten even exist, tucked away in the thick Vermont wilderness. Places like Granton, a town so old its crumbling cellars and deep forests still remember when English boots first tore into the land beneath them. Granton's not a particularly exciting place, and it never has been. Its history is a quiet, familiar story. Its people mostly keep to themselves. Its population ebbs and flows, but few used to the comforts of modern life would seek out this tiny, rural community to build a life. How much of a life could it be? The summers are short and hot, and winter turns Granton into a sleepy, frigid prison. The only distractions that the town offers are work, booze, gossip, and more work. But folks get by, and they don't mind much that you couldn't hack it out here if you tried. In fact, they often like it better that way. Of course, they aren't completely alone out here in the middle of nowhere. Nestled between Granton and Covell Ridge is the town of Delham. If Granton is a quiet mention of civilization, Delham is a soft whisper of it. Once a bustling company town, the lumber industry that kept it in motion has long since faltered. The locals have pressed on however they can. The ridge attracts tourists in the summer and fall. The forests provide wood for rustic homes and furniture, and scattered farmland supports the rest. The woods are unbothered by the stuttering heartbeat of Delum. They'll be here long after it's gone. Just beyond Koval Ridge, to the north of the sister towns, lies Keaton's Gore. No one lives in Keaton's Gore. In fact, most of the land there is part of a nature reserve. Folks in these parts don't think too much about the Gore, except to warn outsiders that it's best left alone. There are no hiking trails, no campsites, and no houses on that side of the ridge. People go missing there, and stay missing. And besides, if Keaton's Gore is known for anything, it's the rain. Freak storms surge beyond the mountains without warning. Torrential downpours and violent winds rip up trees, pull mudslides down the mountains to render the lowland bogs impassable. Everyone agrees it's better to leave the place be. The region is ordinary. The people are too. So no one mentions when the night is split, the keening whistle of a line that hasn't run for decades. They ignore the shadows that cling to the edge of the woods like cheap beer clings to the locals' beards. They usher the children inside at night and draw the curtains, but don't bother to lock the front door. They distract themselves with trivial chatter about communities and relationships and troubles that they invent and pass around like the flu. It's hard work hiding all the strangeness away, but to admit it existed would be to plead insanity in the court of public opinion. And imagine how they talk. It's best not to dwell on it. The light plays tricks, and old houses settle. That's always been the way of things. So if you value your life, you won't ask any more questions. Welcome to Periphery. Welcome to Moss. Let's get this fucking show on the road. Alright, so that's the start of session move that was so beautifully foreshadowed earlier. Let's make some stuff happen. Let's get some wheels turning. Or not, that's cool too.
I've been looking for this move for the last 5 minutes and haven't been able to find it.
I think the only start of session moves are archetype specific.
Oh, okay.
No, there's the one about stats for experience. That's the one I was thinking of.
Oh, right. Yep.
I don't know if there's anything other than that. I think it's mostly just that one, but that definitely is real.
Well, the Fascinated hasn't started a session move, but I don't know which one Kai is referring to.
I like barely. It's just sort of. When you start play, go around the table. When it's your turn, tell the Mythmaker which of your fellow characters is making you nervous and why. That character's player will then select one of the 4 basic stats for you to highlight, and then at the end of the session, if you rolled with your highlighted stat, you have a chance to get experience.
I feel like 2.
Yeah, we could do that as session 2. We don't really know much about each other's characters, so.
I mean,
I
don't know.
We set that all up in session 0.
Yeah, we
That's
set
true.
up character relations in session 0, so we kind of do.
Also, if you want experience, I would recommend you do the experience thing. So, yeah, I don't know. I think we could go around and just who's making you nervous?
I guess I'll go first. Like, Cynthia's first alphabetically. Who's making me nervous right now? Frank Smith and his band of hooligans are making me nervous. He's a bad influence on the kids, on the youth these days.
So now I give Cynthia a stat, right? Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna say brains.
Oh no. Oh wait, I am at that. Did I roll with that?
No,
No.
just if you roll with it.
I need to roll brain session.
Yeah.
Just keep
If you
track,
want.
and if you roll with it, make a mental and if you roll with it, make keep
If you
track,
want.
and if you roll with it, make a mental or physical note, and we'll touch on that at the end of the session.
Cool. I will go over my own
Who's next?
Cool. Something.
Frank, I
Yeah.
believe Milo, then Tom.
Frank can go next. This may be a little bit of a different interpretation of making him nervous, but he is nervous for Milo's safety. Walking around, being very noticeable, poking things. It's like, no, child, please don't get yourself hurt.
That's an incredibly valid choice. Milo, stat.
How about grit?
All right, we'll take it.
All right, who's next?
Lead with this me? Uh, probably Frank, to be honest. He has very weird vibes.
You're nervous about the ice cream man?
Yeah. And also, your hooligans aren't helping that.
Yeah, fair enough.
I love the hooligans. They're great.
They're just little delinquents. It's fine. I'm gonna go with Moxie. Milo seems a bit like a Moxie one. I don't know.
This is true.
And Tom.
Tom is nervous about Milo McCreary.
As he should be.
Fear the boy. Excellent.
Because he's
You need a stat, right?
Yeah.
Let's go with soul. I think it's the only one that's been used.
That'll be fun. That's not my lowest stat.
All right, so that takes care of that, which is pretty much all set up for a post-session move. But we
If to
have
do-
some start-of-session moves.
Yeah.
Namely, Milo, who is we didn't do archetypes, but
No.
as the fascinated, you get to give me a little bit of ammunition just now.
Great. I love doing that. That's a 8.
And
And
feel free to share with the class what the move is, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can. Can I just read it off? Or like
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a bad feeling. It's your investigative attention have caught the attention of something. You're not sure what, but it's following you, lurking, watching, waiting. Tell the myth maker what excuse you've been using to ignore it. At the beginning of each session, roll with Moxie. On a 10+, you're in the clear. On a 7 to 9, pick 1, and anonymous, pick 2. Yeah, and then there's a bunch of fun options that Kellen can call into play at any time
Yeah, but you
during
have to pick
session.
some, and I need to know which ones you pick.
Yeah. I guess you attract some unwarranted attention.
Can't think this.
Cool. All right. All right. Cool. So, welcome to this. Does anybody want to start us off? Anyone want to give us a zoom in to this day in history, 2014?
Does it have a
Late
real date?
August. It's August 22nd. There we
Okay.
go. Now we have a canon timeline.
Which is one of the days of the week.
Why do you have like? I'm impressed. Kai has a.
It's a Friday for those who would care.
You have like all of 2014, the calendar like
Yeah.
singled out in your notes.
Yes. It's all of 2014 and through August of 2015.
Holy cow! All right.
If it's
What else
if
were
it's-
you expecting of me?
if it's a Friday in late August, Frank is probably very busy in his ice cream shop. There's probably a lot going on here. Probably pretty busy,
Hell yeah. That sounds
As busy-
about right.
as it gets in a small town.
Which I think is nice for you, because it means you don't have to listen to whoever's on shift right now complaining about like how hot it is.
Yeah. I think Frank has a universal policy that if you complain about how hot it is, he throws a scoop of ice cream at you.
3 ice cream.
Builds character.
I mean, yeah. Who's working today? That's a good question. I want to
is
know
working
who's
today?
working.
Define work.
Well, I mean specifically who of Frank the authorities underlings are on duty today.
I think it's a situation where like Frank is training Caitlin right now because Caitlin's new.
Yeah, that works. For those of you who don't know, Caitlin Tallard is sort of a recent. She's just kind of reached the age where she can like work, without a permit or whatever, and she has found herself in the supportive environment of Frank's ice cream shop. So yeah, she's like tiny and nervous, and just like keeps fidgeting with stuff and doesn't quite know what to do with herself, and it doesn't help that there's like you're like busy today, so this is kind of trial by fire for her, but
The best kind of trial.
her current handling of the situation gives you hope, especially since later if she's on shift with someone like a little more experienced, they should be able to help her out. So I think she's doing pretty well for her like initiation into ice cream profession.
Yeah.
What are the rest of you up to?
Well, it's a Friday afternoon. I think Cynthia's out getting lunch with Lorna Crawford, her pals from the knitting club.
Where you? Is this like a home lunch or like we
I
went
don't
out
know.
to an establishment lunch?
Yeah, more of like I feel like they're eating, I don't know, outside. It's hot, but there's like a little bit of shade, not enough, but there's a little bit of it.
Yeah, I think out by the Grange there's probably a little like sort of park/picnic area. It's not real big. The grass is kind of patchy, but there are a couple tables out there and like a tree, that you could totally use. Is this like a bring your own lunch, or did we get it somewhere?
Like a collaborative picnic effort we got going on.
Yeah.
We brought like your potato salad and I don't know, like a main.
I mean, Lorna absolutely appreciates the gesture. You all would know that her maybe reputation around town isn't the best. So the fact that somebody would like she doesn't let it get to her, but she's secretly probably a little happy that you're like, you know, hanging out with her. So yeah, that's cool. You guys are also probably, by virtue of being somewhere that is a place, not that far from Frank's ice cream shop, just, you know, kind of not too far off probably. Yeah, so having a nice little lunch, you know, talking about whatever you're talking about. What's the topic of discussion today?
The topic of discussion today. I think what we're sort of talking about is we're having a nice conversation about our dear pal, Ella Rose. And
yeah.
some recent issues she's been having with the everything going on with her right now.
Well, yeah, because, I mean, the poor thing's, like, strung out all the time. She just seems to be, like, really nervous. She's another, like, fairly new face in town. And, I mean, yeah, from what you've heard at Knitting Club, she's... You know, she seems to be, like, the way she talks, she's doing great, but, like, also, she's...
Not quite doing as great.
She hasn't adjusted yet, and maybe that's a little concerning.
Yeah. I think we're also just sort of, like, catching up, because, like, the two of us, I don't think, go out all that often.
Yeah.
But, like, it takes forever when we do, right? You know?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think you two have plenty of just, you know, like, casual chit-chat to catch up on, you know, not necessarily any underlying motives other than just enjoying the final breath of summer before it bleeds out into fall. Tom, what you up to?
I'm at work, which is just about all I do.
Hey, there's air conditioning.
Yeah.
At the grocery store.
Probably not in my home. So.
If Tammy has done one thing for her employees, it is guaranteed that building is air conditioned.
I'm definitely appreciating it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Tom isn't much for, like, being at the front of the store. He does a lot of, like, shelving and sitting around where he's definitely shelving, and trying to do as little standing as possible, more or less. So probably doesn't really see anybody at work. Definitely, like, says hi to Tammy when he goes in. But eats lunch alone. Just
he's a little recluse.
He's not
a hermit, and he's hermiting
He's a little
in
lonely
the
man.
dry goods aisle.
Yeah.
Living his truth, you know, following his heart. But yeah, I mean, at least you've escaped the heat for a little bit.
I'm vaguely concerned about Charlie, who doesn't have any air conditioning at home, but my cat that I own, which is like the one. It's my house and my cat and a bunch of books, and that is my life in Granton. Also the grocery store.
Hey, better than before.
True.
Milo, dare I ask?
Milo is at work.
I'm sure.
Milo has a job?
Milo's a full-time gamer.
Wait, we're finally getting gamer arc.
No.
No, but I mean, Milo only just got here like a few days ago. So I'm sure he's probably still trying to kind of like get his bearings, you know, like kind of just poking around town, like, you know, visiting all the spots.
He
but
knows where the ice cream shop is because that's what he lives on, and also probably the because you're staying at the Dellum like bed and breakfast, which means you also probably know where the Dellum like there's a trading post there that's probably like 80% of your rations. Today you might learn that there's a grocery store nearby, but considering I doubt Milo eats vegetables, you're probably fine just going to the trading post.
Milo lives off of ice cream and beef jerky.
I mean, what else?
much.
And trail mix. Like, what else do you need? But only the M&Ms. He picks them out.
Dysfunctional dietary PCs.
Yeah.
At the start of a campaign.
Yeah. Will Milo improve? Nick's only sort of did.
They just started eating people.
The downgrade.
We're graciously vampire free this time
Yeah.
around.
For now.
No, we're vampire free. This time around. So yeah, that's kind of where everybody's at. What's I mean, I feel like at this point the day probably passes. You know, the worst of the afternoon subsides into a slightly cooler late afternoon. You know, I doubt I doubt the grocery store stays open too much past now. I think you guys are probably
Yeah, I mean, like,
closing.
it's sort of like 5 or 6 is when it closes in my head.
Yeah,
Staple.
yeah.
Or was it 8? But anyway.
Frank probably sends Caitlin out with just like a small thing of ice cream and a pat on the back. Like, good job today.
I think she's too like nervous and awkward still to like actually do anything other than go like and like leave. Her mom comes by in like
In the
an
minivan.
SUV, yeah, and picks her up. Yeah, to be honest, like, and I mean that's pretty typical. There, you have one employee who owns a vehicle.
Yeah.
Really. But that's that means you're free for the evening. Tom probably as well. Cynthia, I imagine, you know, once luncheon is over, you're kind of left to your own devices. I don't know if you have anything else planned for today.
I got a book I'm in the I gotta be reading. Actually, I'd probably swing by Tom's around dinners just to like poke my head in.
Yeah, Tom is having a dinner for one. Having immediate. I'm sure at some point Nova demanded pictures of Charlie, so I just took a picture of whatever he was doing and sent it off. And then made dinner for one. There could hypothetically also be dinner for Cynthia if she wants dinner, but it would take some like preparing.
Would you care to introduce Nova to the class?
Oh yes. Nova is Tom's younger sister who doesn't live in town, is the only point of contact he has to his estranged family. Is like a senior in high school, I think, or is going to be whenever school starts. I don't know when school starts in northern Vermont. Or no, she's not even in Vermont, she's in New York.
Yeah, I was gonna say pretty soon here, but you got a couple weeks before she gets dragged back to society, kicking and screaming.
Yeah. She's, I mean, punk lesbian is I think the description I gave you.
Yeah. She is classic 2014 Tumblr lesbian is what she is. Cool. So Cynthia, you roll up for dinner, air quotes. I don't know if you plan on actually sticking around, but
Knock on the door.
But yeah, I'll definitely answer it. I mean, I don't think I have very thick doors. You can hear the cane tapping down the hallway.
You open it.
Yeah.
Abby,
I
you
also-
are not audible.
Oh no,
You need to get...
I need to be closer. I also need to be louder. I'm being quiet.
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, so Cynthia's like, "Hey Tom, how have you been? How was your day?"
Well, Cynthia, it's good to see you. Work. You know what my days are like.
Excellent. And have you been eating dinner? I think Cynthia sort of at this point sort of pushes her way past you a little bit into your out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nothing special. I made like a lasagna a couple days ago and have just been reheating it.
Respectable.
There's you could have some if you want. I could put a piece in the microwave. I'm like already walking over to the fridge because I'm assuming that Cynthia is now staying for dinner.
I do really appreciate the offer, but I have already eaten.
All right.
I'm just stepping by to check on how you is passing out the windows a little bit. And, making sure everything's going all right with you, that you're eating dinner at a reasonable hour.
You've been by enough times at dinner that you know when I have dinner. It's not like I tend to skip meals. I don't know. Are you feeling okay?
I'm
Do you
great.
need to is this you're not usually as concerned about.
No,
I'm
she
doing
usually
fine.
is. It's exactly this concern.
Okay.
This is the normal amount of concern.
Okay.
Well, glad to see you're well.
Are you sure you don't want that lasagna?
Oh yes, I'm quite all right. Just give me a call or whatever. If anything comes up, I am around. Of course, I'm retired, so it's not like I have much going on with my day.
Yeah, well, I'll definitely let you know if I need anything.
I think maybe checks the seal on the back door.
Is like making sure that Tom's house is secure the kind of thing that Cynthia does a lot?
Yes.
Okay. I've probably just gotten used to it at this point then, but the first probably 3 or 4 weeks was just sort of going it lock. What do you want?
It's like, just making sure you're safe, dear.
All right.
I don't need to take up any more of your evening than I must. So, unless you want me to stay, I will be heading out.
Well, it was good to see you. Yup. I think Tom does exactly that. It's the awkward thumbs up and sits back down to dinner. Lock the door behind you. Nope, you can't. Okay, shit. Let me see you out.
Of course. Does Cynthia key to Tom's house?
Only if she's asked for it. Also, I don't think Tom owns a spare key, so I think the answer is no.
Yeah, I feel like Cynthia maybe asked.
Yeah, I think you asked, and Tom was very much like, yeah, I don't actually have a spare key, so, sorry.
I think Cynthia is gonna go to take her leave.
Yeah, as Cynthia steps out into the dusk outside, and Tom shuts and locks the door behind her. I think Nova probably looks down into the lasagna and is like, what a weirdo.
Novs, don't be mean. She's the entire reason I didn't lose 20 pounds while I was bedridden. I can't cook.
Yeah, but every time she comes here, it's like she's casing the joint. One of these days, you're gonna wake up and all your shit's gonna be gone, and you're gonna be confused about who it was.
No, I'm gonna know where to find it.
Whatever, man, whatever.
We'll get it back if it's Cynthia that took it.
She just starts shoveling lasagna into her face and is done with this conversation.
Do you need more? You already got a double serving. Do you need me to put more in the microwave for you?
Are you really gonna roleplay the entire lasagna eating? I was content to just leave it at that.
We can leave the lasagna at that. We have dinner and it's exactly the way that this always is.
Kellen does a chew with your mouth open bit. I think I can manage. Nova looks up and is like, "Oh no, I'm good."
Great. Okay.
Cynthia, you're going home, right?
Yep. It's a little bit of a walk, right? But I don't expect I would have driven.
Yeah, it's a substantial walk, but I feel like
Yeah, I
you're
remember
one of those
the-
weirdos who does like walk places.
Who does that? Yeah.
And so you know, at this point, it's pretty commonplace to see you wandering. I think that does happen. But don't kid yourself that there are like sidewalks. You're definitely just like. It's you and like the 2 or 3 fitness buffs are the only people who ever set foot on the side of these roads. Yeah, but you get home. How do you know when you have some reading to do?
You know how like sometimes you have that feeling in the back of your head where it's like, I am forgetting something right now, but I don't know what it is. It feels exactly like
Cynthia, you're forgetting something and you don't quite know what.
I think like once I reach, are street lamps real? Do we have
No, absolutely not. Only at the intersection in Granton.
the one intersection? Yeah, so probably once I get home then I will like sort of pull out from nowhere in particular a book. It's sort of this old weathered tome. I didn't bring the actual book I am studying. It's unfortunate. Yes. Sort of pull out of nowhere this tome and like probably actually spend a moment like taking stock of my situation. Is like, what am I missing? Write the book. Yeah, and then like sort of start flipping until I find the first like blank page and the one directly before that.
Yeah, you flip through a bunch of worn pages. The one in the front with the photo of you with the torn edge, and the countless missives that have come before. And this isn't really the sort of book that runs out of pages, but sometimes where blank pages start gets a little funky. But you quickly kind of find what you're looking for. You're well practiced in this. And you have a message. And that message has 2 parts. The first part is in that same scratchy, too thick of a line to be a pen, black ink. You see the words, eyes open, which typically means that we're supposed to be assessing a situation. Not the first time you've seen those words in this handwriting. And then, like so many times that you have seen this sort of message, it is followed by an address. Not one that you immediately recognize, but it's in Delum. And the name in the first line of this address is Milo McCreary. And that name doesn't really ring a bell. In fact, it doesn't ring any bells. Which is, pretty common of names that come up at the top of this sort of message. But it sounds like you have maybe a little bit of a job to do. Because obviously as the conduit, you are enacting the will of your employer, more or less. And
Something.
yeah. So that is what the book has for you on this fine summer evening. And as this day kind of comes to a close, you are well, you have some work to do tomorrow, I suppose. So it sounds like the rest of the evening passes without event, unless any of you have things you're gonna spring on me.
Frank has something he wants to do.
Oh yeah.
He wants to go visit his favorite bar owned by the local Wayne Bucher, aka like probably the one bar in Granton.
There is one bar, and it is in Granton, and it's called Wayne's Bar, and Wayne owns it.
Yep. He's gonna stop by Wayne's bar.
Yeah. So, I mean, Wayne's Bar has looked the exact same for all the decades it's been there. Frankly, so has Wayne. But yeah, I mean, this is like your home turf, basically. So I feel like heading out to get a couple drinks on a weekend is pretty par for the course for Frank. So when you come in, you get greeted with the knowing nods and the occasional hellos from the other regulars. Lots of sort of the straggling loggers from Delham and, anyone who needs to take the edge off after a long, hot day.
Yeah, I think he sits down at the bar, strikes up a conversation with Wayne, looking for a reason to use the listen-in move because it seems fun.
Well, alright, how about this? So, do you have any ulterior motives? Typically you'll use listen in for when there's something you want to hear about. Or maybe,
I think he every once in a while just comes in here for gossip because he knows,
something more general.
He knows Afia likes hearing about all the paranormal stuff and wants something to entertain her every once in a while.
Yeah. Yep.
New section of gossip.
So, I mean, I guess if you want to roll, I would assume with your town standing, because I don't know that your reputation with the supernatural is particularly relevant here. We'll see what old Wayne can rustle up for you.
All right, we got a 7.
A 7. So on a 7.
They demand
information in return. They tell you what they know that their information might devise through off topic. Alright. So here's what I think happens. I think you sit down and have a chat with Wayne. Go.
Hey Wayne, how's the bar been?
Same old, same old. What can I get you?
Insert drink order. I don't know. I've been to a bar. Insert standard drink order.
Yeah, I don't think you're not ordering cocktails here, certainly.
God, no. He's gonna be like, anything new on the weirder side of people have been ranting to you about? No, sometimes people come to you with their wild stories.
Yeah, everyone's all riled up about this kid who's been wandering around poking in people's private property and...
Oh, started with an M?
I wouldn't know. No one's, actually talked to him. But, they say he's been pushing his luck.
Yeah.
I worry that fellow's gonna find himself at the wrong end of a shotgun pretty soon here.
Yeah. I heard from somebody that's one of those, like, big city YouTubers or something.
Well, I don't know about any of that, but he's certainly got some folks real upset. But I mean, you can't really blame him. He's been poking around where he doesn't belong, and I don't know. I'm not. Them uppity hikers come up here, and they're looking at the leaves or whatever they do, and good money, but sometimes you have to wonder if it's worth it for the disturbing the peace.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's been out and about, and basically all I've heard about, other than usual personal dramas.
Oh yeah, all that crap.
So yeah, that's about all that's new, but at least there's something to talk about. I'll take it.
Yeah. Better than sometimes when there's nothing happening up here.
No kidding.
I think conversation then just goes to small talk after that.
Yeah. And I think you've certainly provided information in return. I think you fulfilled your end of that bargain. I also think that in this moment Milo has absolutely attracted some unwarranted attention, perhaps. So that's 2 birds with 1 stone. Heck yeah. All right. So just so I have closure, how much does Frank drink tonight?
He doesn't drink an absurd amount, but it's Friday, so he does drink a bit. He's not far from his house because it's like, I'm assuming every kind of business is on like one. It's just on the intersection, so he just has to walk across the street and he's at his ice cream shop. So he drinks a bit, but he doesn't get like passing out in the bar drunk.
Yeah, I don't have to confront the realities of my life drunk.
He gets respectably drunk.
And I feel like that's Frank's standard procedure. So works out. Cool. So that is that. I think the next day, I mean, it's Saturday. You guys doing anything on Saturday? I fucking hope Cynthia is, but maybe she was busy and is putting it on.
I got something to do first thing in the morning, and that is kick my car until it starts. Cynthia's got like an old beat up like Firebird from the 60s.
It would be a great car if it didn't like sit out in the open since the 60s.
Yeah.
But yeah, you definitely kind of have to allocate like an hour of your morning to making sure your vehicle will start.
Yeah. And like once that pile of junk affectionate is running, we're taking a trip over to Delaware because I have an address that I need to visit.
You do. I mean, as far as drives in the area goes, it's actually a pretty long one. Lots of like back road action happening here. It's also not an area. It's not like an area that you go to a lot. This bed and breakfast is closer to Koval Ridge, the like mountain range that sort of surrounds the sister towns. Because it's one of those places that's kind of taking advantage of the like seasonal hikers and tourists and whatever, and sort of, it's close to what they would want to be close to, not what stands for civilization around here. So that's good. That said, you do get there, in 45 minutes. It's not that far as the crow flies, but you're not taking a road that works that way, so...
You aren't a crow.
Yeah. And before long, you are pulling down the long, windy dirt driveway to the bed and breakfast, which you reach. Before you is this sort of, classic, like, farmhouse type deal. There's a little sign posted out front that identifies it as the bed and breakfast, but if that sign wasn't there, I mean, it would look like a house.
Yeah.
So, what do you do?
And taking a moment to refresh myself on the basics. think there's one that's poke around. But I think it's rude to start by poking around. So we're gonna go inside and go first.
What time is it?
Cynthia, I feel like would have sort of got up, do this at probably about 9, so we're probably pushing noon at this point.
Alright. So if it's about noon, then when you walk in, you are standing on like a welcome mat, you know, coat hooks to the left. But you're technically standing in like a dining room type area. And you know this, because, Miss Beth Lawrence, who runs the establishment, and is also probably someone you would recognize just as someone who's like around. She has, you know, she's sort of, she's one of those people who like knows a lot of people, and so like when you go out to like brunch or whatever with Magnolia Height, she's been invited along a couple of times, so you see her and you recognize her. But yeah, she looks up from where she is setting the table, and she goes, "Oh, hi. I wasn't expecting visitors. Can I help you?"
Yeah, do you know if there's a fellow named Milo in? I suppose that's a little bit of a strange place to start. I'm sorry about that. Also, how...
I mean, he's in my upstairs suite, but I'm not sure if he's in or not. I don't really keep track of that sort of thing too much.
Fair enough. I'm, coming just to check in on it. You know, as I do.
Does
I hear
he
he's
know you're
sort of...
coming?
I haven't had an opportunity to call ahead. If you want me to come back later and just, if you want to let him know.
Yeah, that might be best. I can tell him you called. Just 'cause gotta
It would be a little...
run a bit of a tight ship here. Make sure no one's well, make sure everybody's comfortable.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to drop in. I don't know.
Yeah, no. How you been?
I've been well.
'Cause
Checking in.
you're doing the knitting thing, right?
Yes, that's going well. You're of course always welcome if
I'm
knitting
no
string.
good with knitting needles. The arthritis in my hands is too bad.
That is unfortunate. How has that been, by the way?
Oh well, the summer's good for it. You know, warm, dry, big fan. But you know, fall and winter's coming up, so I'm getting ready for that. It's gonna be hard, but you know, working through it.
I think Cynthia notably has an umbrella, her big old umbrella with her, despite the fact that it hasn't rained in weeks.
Well, in town, it absolutely hasn't rained in weeks. I don't think it's been weeks since there were storm clouds on the horizon.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Cynthia will probably it's a bread and breakfast. Maybe grab some lunch here and chat for a bit.
Yeah. Beth is making sandwiches, which are sort of, you know, both for people who stop by and for the two current boarders here. Speaking of, Milo, if you were gonna get lunch, now would be the time that you would do that.
Yeah. No, I don't see Milo as much of a morning person in the slightest. This is probably his first meal of the day, so he definitely makes a point to try and eat
Stumble
his
downstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, something you see as the stairs creak, and the cryptid from above on high makes an appearance, looking probably pretty disheveled and probably still a little, like, sleep There's still probably a little bit of I just got out of bed energy kicking around here.
I think Cynthia, at the very least, lets Milo get all the way down the stairs before making her introduction. Yeah, stands like, I assume you're Milo, right? I'm Cynthia. I'm sort of a a local around here. I'd say I have been around a little bit. I heard you have sort of been hanging around town. How's your stay been so?
It's good. I mean, I'm just visiting. It's a cute place you've got.
What brings you out here? The hiking. We had a lot of people out here for that. The hiking. That mostly what we have around here.
Ghosts. I'm here for the ghosts. Give me your ghosts.
Oh. I mean, I had a friend recommend the area. Heard about some cool spots. So I was planning on checking those out. I do. I run a bit of a. I have a bit of an internet presence. I have a bit of a following.
I'm a bit of a gamer.
Yes, the internet, the thing I definitely know how to use.
The thing you've definitely, like, heard of.
Cynthia doesn't own a computer. She has.
Cynthia has never been in a context where the internet would have been explained to her.
Tom has just assumed that she knows.
Everyone would assume that either she doesn't know or she's old and doesn't know.
She does own a flip phone. She owns a flip phone. It worked. Listen, phones are convenient, and now I'm actually able to, like, carry it around with me.
Yeah, plus a cell phone is something you would have seen in the last, 10 years, so...
I'm not sure she's quite caught up on that. I mean, it was 2014. Is that still, like, we're using Blackberries and stuff?
No, iPhones were real in, like, 5th grade.
Well,
so.
yeah, but that doesn't mean, like, they
Yeah,
were
out
ever...
here, probably you're using, like, Blackberry.
Most people would be
Nokia. It's still
Nope.
like that, by the
Real
way.
phone.
For anyone who doesn't know what rural New England looks like, it's those gray flip phones.
Cynthia owns one?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think Cynthia's, like, nods and is like, that's very cool. I know what that is. It probably invites Milo to, like, sit down and have some lunch if he hasn't eaten.
Yeah, I mean, Milo won't pass up food. He's probably a bit surprised that someone is. I don't know how often the bed and breakfast gets.
Never, basically.
Yeah. So yeah, no. I think he's a bit surprised, also a bit weirded out that you knew who he was. You don't seem like the type of person he's.
I think if it comes up, Cynthia definitely dodges the question.
Yeah.
I think Cynthia just sort of, like, tries to get to know Milo, who he is, why he's out there. Maybe asks about your friend, like, maybe I know them. They're from around here, I know a lot of people around. That sort of stuff. Try to get a vibe on who is
Milo?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know, you probably learned that he can't tell you who his friend is, and he has no idea. Yeah.
I feel
You
like...
probably also.
Oh, no,
Sorry,
go.
you can
Go,
go.
go, go.
You can go.
No, No, I was moving the scene along, but if you're not done, then don't let.
Yeah. And if Milo has like questions for Cynthia, she's happy to answer most of them.
I don't know.
I think
Yeah, I mean,
like sort of introduces herself as like, I'm Cynthia. I run the knitting club, or like at least run.
Speak up and get back to the microphone.
Oh, yeah. Cynthia definitely like at least introduces like, hey, I'm Cynthia. I'm from here. I'm part of the knitting club. I'm out in Granton. That's sort of the basics of like, who am I and why out here. Except I won't tell you that.
yeah. No, you probably learned that like Milo's friend also like hasn't been talking to him, or like kind of lost contact with him when he got here. So he's probably like, you know, mentioned something about like, oh, I've kind of been left on my own. But
Well, that's a little. I think Cynthia expresses maybe a little bit of concern about that because that's maybe not great to randomly lose contact with your friends. Feels like I think that's like sort of most of how that conversation goes.
Oh, well, it can be how that conversation goes, because, right around now, the downstairs resident of the bed and breakfast, opens the door to that half of the, building, and just kind of, like, blinks a lot and tries to process. Because there's, like, a lot of people here. And that was clearly not what he was expecting. So Cynthia, you don't recognize him. He's at the bread and breakfast. You wouldn't. But, like, you haven't even seen him around town. He is wearing a white button-up that is one button off. And black slacks and socks but no shoes. He has like wild, dark, salt and pepper hair, scruffy face, probably looks to be maybe 50 years old, or a very rough 40. And he just kind of like scratches like the back of his neck and blinks more, and is like, "What? Just give me a sandwich." Stumbles to the table, and Cynthia, as he reaches over you, you can like smell the alcohol. And he snatches one of the sandwiches off the table, pauses to take a swig from a what are they called? The funny little flask, and vanishes back into his boarding area, his room, his side of the downstairs, and Beth just kind of like looks concerned and tries really hard to play it off like this is okay, you know. She's like, well, glad to see all of our residents are up and at it.
I feel like Cynthia sort of recommends her favorite hangover cure to Beth.
Yeah, I think Beth probably appreciates that, because she's used to like the young hippie health freak crowd, not so much. hungover businessman. Like the vibes for that one are just all over the place. Cynthia, if your job wasn't Milo, this would be a red flag. But whatever it is, it can't be as important as what the book talks about. So.
Milo's not wrong.
Milo, by the way, this is the first time you've seen that guy too. You knew that there was someone someone else boarding in the house. This is the first time you have seen him. I hope he's everything you dreamed he would be.
I feel like Cynthia probably would ask about Milo's like dress, hobbies. You do this internet thing, right? What is that? what does that look like?
Yeah, I think Milo probably does his best trying to explain the concept of live streaming to Cynthia.
Cynthia's, I think, doing a very good job of nodding along and not really understanding what's being said.
So, like, every conversation with a grandma.
Yeah, I was gonna say, so Milo, this is totally par for the course because, like, all of your older relatives have done this with you at one point or another.
Yeah.
So I have this thing called an OnlyFans.
OnlyFans did not exist in 2014. No one correct me on
I'm
that. I
aware.
don't want to know if it's that old.
Put it on Tumblr like a normal person.
Yeah, look, the nipple ban hasn't been enacted yet, so...
Oh, it turns out OnlyFans isn't doing that because a lot of people were mad.
Of course.
Yeah. I feel like this is the part where Cynthia would try to pry deeper if she knew what was going on at all. But she doesn't.
Yeah, and I feel like Beth this whole time has been sitting there, like, watching watching Cynthia really want to have this conversation, and Milo really not want to have this conversation, and just being like, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. But I think, if you guys are done with sandwiches, she makes a really big deal of, like, picking up and, like, ooh, watch your arm, trying to make sure that, trying to move this along so that it stops being so cripplingly awkward, and also she's, like, really confused about why it's happening, and maybe wants Cynthia to not scare off her customers.
I think we get more small talk that is comfortable for most people, and then I think, like, sort of reach the end of any sort of inquiries or chatting Cynthia is really meaning to do. Not that she couldn't. I feel like Cynthia can make small talk for, like, days. And I think sort of like, lovely meeting you. Again, here's my phone number. Give it a call if anything bad or weird happens. I'm available. I'm retired. I've got nothing better to do with my time.
Hey,
you
Milo, if something goes horribly wrong, don't call the police. Call this old lady.
If you need to know, like, if you're trying to know the best two places in town to get food, or like you need a really good casserole recipe.
Yeah, I think Milo like takes the phone number and kind of crumples it up and puts it in his pocket and is like, "Yeah, sure, thanks for."
Wonderful. And Cynthia will take her leave. Yeah.
Excellent. Milo, what the fuck was that?
been his one thought this entire situation.
Did you have any plans for the day? Did this throw them off?
I mean, I don't think Milo ever really has a whole lot of, like, plans. He just kind of goes,
He follows his muse.
but this definitely threw off the vibes.
Cynthia.
Cynthia, you ruined the vibe.
You are stepping outside of this bed and breakfast. Is there anything else you're interested in pursuing here?
I'm. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. I think we're sort of outside it. We're just far enough outside of the area Cynthia's really familiar with to get a lot of use out of digging right now. Like in the surrounding.
Yeah, just gonna point out that Milo, do you have a vehicle?
I mean, yeah, he had to have a way to get here.
Yeah, what does he drive?
Like a shitty little, like, car.
Does it have tinted windows?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna. That
Oh.
car is parked out in the parking lot.
I think we'll take like a quick inconspicuous glance at the inside. Not maybe stray too long on it unless there's anything that immediately jumps out as like a red flag or something big and interesting. But just a quick glance about what is the inside of this vehicle.
Well, on a surface level glance, I guess I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, it's probably a fucking mess. It's like one.
Crumpled
It's like
McDonald's
you ever-
bags on the floor.
Yeah. Like, you ever, like, step into someone's car and you have to, like, make yourself a seat because there's just so much shit everywhere. It's, like, exactly those kind of vibes. But you probably see... Yeah, I mean, he probably has all, like, his, like, equipment and stuff with him in the room. So, I don't think you'd see much of that, but it just kind of looks like shit.
He's a trash man.
It's shit.
There's also, for the record, like a fairly sizable van in the parking lot that has tinted windows. It is also not Beth Lawrence's pickup truck because you recognize Beth Lawrence's pickup truck. So
That might be worth investigating a little deeper. Just a little. Van, maybe it belongs to Basement Man, but
Almost certainly.
the
probably
license plate's from California.
that's a little weird. Can I do a little more digging on this? Can I like poke around a little bit?
How?
It's a van. It's locked. Presumably, it's got tinted
Yeah, if you
windows.
try the handle, you're not getting in. So you'd have to do some shenanigans.
Shenanigan.
Just break a window.
Would you
Do it.
like a
Gallery.
delinquent who knows how to break into a car?
No. Why do they know how to break into cars? Frank?
Listen. I promise you, Sal Kerstetter absolutely knows how to break into a car.
I think we have license plates. The windshield tends not to be tinted.
It's a bit high off the ground to really use that to see in. I mean, I guess you could climb up on the hood.
Let's find a Dre cinder block somewhere.
Just
I
in
mean-
the parking lot.
Or
Beth
around
runs
the-
a tighter ship than that.
Whatever. I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't be impossible to find one around.
I mean, and
Is
is there one that like is hangs out in your car to hold down the clutch or something?
Listen, sometimes you just need to stop the wheels on something.
Yeah, I bet your brake's stuck. I feel like it would be reasonable for you to maybe have a cinder block in like your trunk or something.
Probably, yeah.
So that
Try
works.
to
At
stand.
the point where we're very obviously snooping around, I would suggest rolling maybe poke around.
Yeah.
That feels appropriate here.
Or here.
So when you poke around where you don't belong, roll some dice. So I need to know
Yep.
what your angle is. But one sec. On a 10 plus, hold 2. On a 7 and 9, hold 1. Spend holds 1 for 1 to ask the following questions. Why is this place dangerous? What's being hidden or obscured? What happened here? Who or what has been here? And can I get a closer look? So what's your angle?
Angle is sort of just investigating. What's that feel like? I want to say this is probably like Moxie or Brain. Because we're like, I mean, we're being pretty direct about it, but not like breaking. Breaking in the car would be Moxie.
Yeah,
I think
here's my
trying
thought,
to,
right?
like-
Cynthia, why is Cynthia doing this? She's doing
Yeah.
this because she's suspicious.
Yes.
And based on the fact that she has no reason to be suspicious other than outsider bad, this to me feels like a soul-driven role. This is her. This is an emotional reaction, basically.
I agree. I'm with you there. So we'll take it with Soul, which Cynthia has +2, which means this is a 9. So I get 1 hold. I think, I think like sort of what Cynthia's angle here is, sort of like on the first one, like what about this vehicle hints at something being dangerous?
That's not what I would have gone
Or-
for. Okay.
No, you get to ask a question, and I get to answer it in the way that I can. So ask a question.
Yeah. What about, this vehicle?
Pick
might
a question from the list from the moves, is how this
why
game
is
works.
dangerous?
What?
Wait, it's not gone for.
I mean, I think what Cynthia's trying to get out of this is
That
like,
makes sense,
why is
yeah.
this place dangerous? Which is the first one there.
I guess you don't really. I mean, there's some like, there's like some. There are 2 black like smallish briefcases in the front seat. I guess those could have anything in them. It's not like there's like an AK-47 sitting in the passenger seat. It's a van. There's an air freshener.
Briefcases aren't too out of the question.
There's
too,
a
'cause
couple empty booze bottles. Probably don't drink and drive. That would be dangerous.
Cool. So it speaks very business person, and not necessarily particularly like. It speaks like person who is perhaps having a drinking problem and a businessman.
Certainly that.
The briefcases, yeah. Nothing, I think, in there that immediately sort of validates her suspicion
Yeah, probably
Or-
not.
or makes it all warranted. So I think we're gonna call it. Well, at least Cynthia will. All right. Nothing obviously off about the, obvious.
Other than
Other than
There-
being in Vermont from California.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
a little
that's
creative.
maybe a little. I think Cynthia's probably gonna head back.
Yeah.
Take her cinder block with her.
Yep.
Listen,
Sounds
sometimes
good.
the old ladies just gotta have a cinder block.
It has all sorts of applications. If you ever need to make a murder look like an accident, you just put it on the gas pedal of the vehicle, stick them in the seat, and send them off a cliff.
Thank you for your murder lessons, Kellen.
Listen, you're not allowed to commit murder in this campaign, so I'll tell you whatever I want to about murder. Okay, so that's that. Tom, what you been up to? What's your Saturday look like?
Tom gets up early I get the impression Nova doesn't, so I think Tom spends a solid, like, several hours trying to figure out just exactly when it's time to start making breakfast so that it'll still be hot when Nova's up, which I think is at this point a pretty practiced, like, routine. So yeah, I mean, Tom wakes up at, like, 8, probably, and just, like, is rattling around the house until Nova might possibly be alive. And then makes breakfast. It's waffles.
He owns a waffle iron? Where the fuck did he get a waffle iron?
Are you telling me you don't own a waffle iron?
I'm wondering, he didn't have any furniture when he got here. Where did the
No.
waffle iron come from?
Amazon?
No. Not on this man's budget.
I was gonna say, is that what he did with his money?
A waffle iron is like $14 for a cheap one.
And shipping to the middle of nowhere is also
It's a
$14.
lot
So
more
now
than
we're
that.
spending
Yeah.
$30 on a
It's not
waffle maker.
waffle. Tom makes pancake.
I'm saying he could if he wanted one.
Or no, I feel like Tom is making French toast. That's what Tom is making.
That feels a little more grounded in reality.
Yeah.
Alright, so what's his plans for the day? What's he doing?
Tom doesn't have plans. Tom never has plans other than go to work. Probably is happy to just spend the day in the house if
Alright, that's what he's doing.
yeah.
Frank. You
Saturdays
slept
are
off the booze, mostly.
Yeah. Saturdays are probably also fairly busy at the ice cream shop. So that's probably where most of his like daytime goes. He probably uses Saturday as his air quotes day off, aka there's 3 people in the store instead of 2. And Frank's mostly like doing taxes and things like that.
Paperwork.
The paperwork he
Yeah.
hates. Also, I'm establishing right now that Frank runs a Saturday night pizza night for whoever wants to show up.
Huh,
Usually it's just his delinquents, but anyone can show up, really.
Yeah. And I imagine they ward off a lot of other potential guests at said pizza night.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, if there's any advertising posted around for that event, Milo might have heard of it.
The pizza night? No, the pizza night is literally just if you show up, congratulations, you get pizza. There's no advertisement.
Gotcha, okay.
It's not a monetized thing. It's Frank wants to run a social event sometime.
He's doing his best. Where'd you get the pizza from?
Please tell me there's some place in town
Oh
that
yeah,
makes
no, the
pizza.
Trading Post has they do pizza and sandwiches. I was just wondering if Frank made his own or something.
I don't think he has the facilities to make pizza. I'm not sure he does.
He has the facilities to make ice cream. That's not pizza.
Pizza ice cream.
That sounds
Yeah,
horrible.
he owns an ice cream shop. Like, he has an oven in his apartment, but it's not like a pizza oven.
Yeah, and
know?
also, how often does he use it? I feel like he's more of a microwave dinner kind of guy.
He sometimes makes
Like in
a
the winter,
reasonable
like in the
meal.
summer, obviously he's grilling.
Oh yeah, in the summer he's grilling something. Actually, it's summer. He's probably not doing a pizza night. He's doing like a grilled hamburgers, hot dogs night.
Barbecue.
He's barbecuing something. Let's be honest. Yeah.
Honestly, if you're barbecuing, you might get 1 or 2, people showing up just because the smell would be all through town.
Yeah.
But again, I feel like your crew there probably does a lot to make that a manageable workload for you.
But he takes the attitude of like, if people show up, sure, they get to eat. Cool.
Yeah,
You know?
that's a good way to do it. Is I have to ask it, is Frank like good at cooking?
He's really good at grilling, deeply mediocre at any other kind of cooking.
That sounds just about right. All right, so we know what you're up to. Anyone else have any big plans for the day? Milo, you. I mean, you had a weird morning, but any adventures for you this Saturday?
Yeah. I don't know.
Honestly, we're like we're getting to a point here where Milo is just like, wow, I haven't heard back from this person, and it's just like, maybe I'll just walk into the woods myself. Which is a terrible plan.
Which direction? What woods?
So a woods.
A
Somewhere.
woods. I mean, you're surrounded by woods.
Yeah.
Alright, guys, so mark your bingo cards for Milo walks into the woods randomly.
I'm gonna mark my bingo card for session 1 character death.
I'm not playing a ghost by the end of the campaign. I'm doing something wrong.
Well, okay, so Milo, I mean, your options are, there is a lot of hiking trails in Delum.
Yeah.
That's just true. You would also note that there is a nature reserve, kind of to the north of where you are, sorta. I can't imagine you know much about that nature reserve, but you know it's there. I mean, yeah, pretty much the area around you is, woods, like if you just wanted to go for a nice walk. But
I mean, I don't know. He doesn't like know the area, so I'm sure for like at least for now, he'd probably stick to a trail.
yeah, I mean, there's a reason people hike out here. If you like head up the ridge in the Delum area, there's some like good views. You know, it's a gorgeous place. I feel like for you, the little urban boy, this is like maybe a little dumbfounding because one, there's just trees forever, and two, you know, you're really like out in nature. And as someone who maybe mostly just wanders around decrepit buildings, this is kind of a nice change of pace.
Find yourself a decrepit building out in the middle of nature.
I think he'll definitely keep his eyes peeled for any like, like you ever like look in the forest and you see like a cool little like cabin and you're like, ooh, shiny.
I don't know about cabins, but definitely on these public trails, you pass a couple like lean-tos made out of like sticks, you know.
Milo
sometimes-
finds
Yeah.
the Monte Cristo ghost town.
That's just Delum. Anyway, yeah, no, but I don't know if you necessarily spun anything like, because like most structurally unsound structures have been destructured.
Yeah.
In this area because it's meant to be safe and for public consumption and
Yeah.
visually pleasing, marketable. But there are some like a bunch of college hikers made a funny stick fort and it looks cool.
Wow.
You can go sit in one. You could make your own.
Milo's like
Milo-
a 5-year-old. He would make a stick for it.
Milo's stick fort. Now you have a prepared retreat.
It's true.
Yeah, I doubt you run into anyone. The summer's kind of winding down, so there aren't as many tourists, and leaf season hasn't started yet, which is like a big one, you know. I mean, you get a pretty good sense for this area at least, which is that it's all fucking woods. And if you tried to walk in it, you'd get fucking lost. So as it starts to, kind of get dark out, Frank's Burgers and Frank's social.
Damn
And that's
it.
absolutely what he calls it. I'm canonizing that.
Yes, it is.
His Burgers and Frank's social, sort of kicks off. It's about dinner time. I don't know what's life look like for you all right now. Milo, I don't advise being out after dark, but I guess you do you.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him, like, underestimating how long it will take him to get back and staying out a little bit later than he probably should. But I don't think he's gonna, like, intentionally stay out super late, you know?
He's not pushing his luck yet.
Yeah.
Thank God. Great.
Pushing your luck is for session 2.
True. Yeah, but so are you just headed straight back to the B&B, or are you cruising for a snack? Like, what's the vibe? Because you after that you want carbs, like.
Yeah, no. Yeah, he'll probably just, like... I mean, it's probably, like, kind of, like, cryptid late hours at that point, so he'd probably just go get, like, gas station.
Yeah, I mean, the trading if nobody got you, or your trading post got you, because that place is open exactly until the cashier goes to bed. It's family owned and run, and so the exhausted 20-something who this is his entire life at the cashier, it's open as long as he's awake, and he's an exhausted 20-something. So it's some days it approaches near 24 hours. But yeah, so you can get your fix there, but it's like jerky and bugle chips. Like
fine dining.
And you sit in the parking lot and just munch like a fucking raccoon.
Add a little bit to the pile of the everything in your car.
Yeah. And into the mountain of, like, empty chip bags, like, crushed soda cans.
Gotta clean it. Get yourself a garbage. Just park next to a dumpster.
He also, like, definitely has those, those, like, car freshener things, like, a little tree. He has, like 5 of those hanging out there.
And they're all different scents. So really, what's
they're
he
all
going
different
for?
scents. But it masks the trash just not
Some of them
quite.
are so
but,
old
like,
they're like white.
Yeah.
All right, another day in the life of Granton, huh? And Dellum. Shout out to Dellum. Anyone else have any
Dellum does not
shenanigans?
deserve a shout out.
You be nice to Dellum.
Shout outs are for towns that exist.
Be nice. Keaton's Gore is a town that doesn't exist.
Keaton's Gorge just straight up isn't a town.
True, it's a gore. It's an unincorporated township or whatever the fuck. Yeah, so, anyone have any plans for tonight that I should know about?
I don't know how much, like, back and forth Cynthia does with the book. I feel like there's maybe a little bit,
Oh, is that typical? Does it, can you do that?
Well, that's what I'm trying to decide. I think it's sort of a habit Cynthia's gotten into. Whether or not it's necessary is not relevant to it happening, So, jotting down some vibe in the book about Milo.
Alright, so basically like taking notes on the situation. Not so much a like text conversation.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a good idea, I guess. If what it wants is information and a vibe check, then that's progress.
Does it need it? No. Is it a thing that she does? Yeah. I think that's most brave.
No one's creeping around in the darkness. Alright.
Everything I'm hearing points to us like doing things at night being a great idea.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I
Nothing
know what you're talking about. Listen, you guys decide when things happen, not me. You can do whatever you want. The world's your oyster.
I think Cynthia also like makes a plan to like. I mean, she saw the inside of the car. Maybe just bring like a salad to Milo tomorrow, maybe around dinner time.
What does that look like? Let's do that. So you're headed back to the bed and breakfast.
Yeah, the
It's
evening.
late afternoon, evening.
Yeah.
Milo, what did you do today? Give us a quick.
He probably just explored some more trails, probably in like a different area, I'd guess. Just kind of getting a feel for like where things are.
Yeah.
So hopefully he gets a little less lost in the future.
Cool. So, let's say I think probably what happens is you get back to you time it a little better. You get back to the bed and breakfast, right around dinner time, and as you're stepping out of your car, that beat up black Thunderbird pulls in.
Cynthia's armed with a salad and trash bags.
Holy shit.
And possibly a small vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
Milo, panic.
I think Milo like notices who's in the car and kind of tries to walk a little extra fast back to his room.
The bags and the vacuum are still in the car, but she's holding the salad.
So I think just as Milo reaches the door to the bed and breakfast, just as he's got his hand on the doorknob, almost escaped into sanctuary, Cynthia goes like, "Hey, excuse me, Milo," or whatever, like, and you just now you have to deal with this problem.
It's me again from yesterday. Remember?
Yeah, I think he's just like, oh, hey, how are you?
I think I'm doing quite well. How have you? Has your day been? Have you been enjoying the sort of scenery we have up here? Doing your internet thing? What was it? Escaping? The thing with the video?
Yeah.
I brought you a little bit of food. I figured you'd appreciate that. Also, it's good for you.
I mean, thank you. I mean, you don't have to bring me any.
Oh, no, of course. It's my pleasure, really. I like, I like making sure people who come out here have a good time, that are taken care of and seen to. Why don't we sit down? I mean, it's a little weird to be like standing around. Sort of gestures towards the table.
Are you going inside at this point?
I think so.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there is like a living area that is in this bed and breakfast. That is a space that is available to you to use. Beth probably sees the two of you come in and has just a momentary emotion flashes across her face, and that emotion is, oh Jesus Christ. Before she goes, welcome. Can I get you something to drink? Tea, coffee?
It's different. Cynthia drinks decaf coffee.
I'll go get that set up.
And plates.
And I think
I-
she waves you towards the, like the sitting area. So.
Why would somebody drink decaf coffee?
No.
Then it tastes bad and doesn't give you
Do
caffeine.
anything,
What's the
yeah.
point? What is even the point?
Listen, I only make characters with iconic food preferences.
True. Tomatoes did kill your family last time.
Listen, that's not iconic. It's just incorrect. The decaf coffee.
Yeah, no, it's horrible, but it sounds like Milo is also just stuck drinking decaf coffee. You were not the social
I mean,
alpha in this
Milo wants
situation.
something. Cynthia's getting herself. I mean, she definitely thinks to like ask, like, "Hey, you want? What would you?"
No, I'm just saying, like, Beth doesn't wait for Milo to answer.
Oh, right.
So now the two of you are stuck, like, sitting in armchairs opposite each other around, like, a coffee table. And Milo, this is the worst. This is the worst case scenario. You would rather be mauled by a bear than this. Maybe that's pushing it, but you get my point.
Well, yeah. What is gonna? Milo's the string thing.
Okay, you're gonna raise your voice and come back to the microphone.
You keep migrating. You keep scooting back.
No, I don't. Yes, I do. Yeah, I think Cynthia's like mostly like, "Hey, how is your day? What have you been up to?" Right? Because like it's been 2 days. Surely Milo's been doing something other than sitting in his room. And I mean, hopefully Milo's been doing something other than sitting in his room.
Yeah, I mean, he probably mentioned cities from like checking out the trails and whatnot.
Yeah, I think Cynthia has a couple like pointed questions about that. Like, how was it? See anything interesting or strange?
You could have this conversation if you wanted to.
Oh, that's good. How was the trail? I hope they're still well maintained. I like to think we do a pretty good job.
We, like, you're in charge of Dellum.
Or cool, or strange.
I mean, there were some really nice views.
Cynthia,
It's
no.
definitely pretty scenic.
Have you had a chance to get up to? I don't know. She throws the name of like one of the trail like routes, or one of my favorite spots in the whole area. And I mean, obviously, I've been. So I've seen it all. If you haven't found it yet, you could check it out.
Yeah, I'll make sure to do that. It's definitely, I don't know, I get a bit worried I'm gonna get lost in there, but
Well, I mean, it's always safer to hike with a friend if you've got one. I mean, I would hope. Um,
Milo has no friends. Cry.
Hey,
know,
Milo,
obviously-
where is that friend, by the way? The one that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Have you found them yet?
have you heard back? Friend of yours?
no, they're still pretty silent.
Well, it's only been a couple days, right? Not that. I think, were you expecting to meet him out here?
I mean, yeah, they kind of reached out to me. I wasn't expecting them to like ghost me, you know.
I mean, is this a
Like,
paranormal
the-
investigation
like,
channel? Wouldn't it make sense if
sort
they
of-
ghosted you?
not show up. I'm contact sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, no, just I wasn't expecting them to just go dark.
So it's been a hot sec since Cynthia wouldn't say a hot
So
It's
it's
been
been
a
a
little
hot.
bit.
Hey, Lamau, long time no see.
We're not using slang versus Cynthia,
Who doesn't know
what
any of the slang is.
No, she knows slang. She just knows, perhaps maybe not the most up-to-date slang.
Yeah,
You just learned
Cynthia
what
would
getting
say-
ghosted means.
Cynthia would tell you that Milo's friend has gone AWOL, you know? Cynthia's slang is from a different era. Anyways, the point is, where was I? I mean, how long has it been since you, like, heard from them?
I mean, like almost a week at this point.
They just said, hey, we should go out here, and it's, I mean, that's definitely a little bit longer than I perhaps expect, but I don't know, long distance.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sucks being left out here. There isn't a whole lot except for the trees, but
Yeah, it's a small place, small town.
you know, I hope they're all right. It's kind of weird to just disappear like that. But
Everyone, yeah, I do too. If you're concerned, I don't know if you've reached out to them.
I mean, I've tried. That's kind of the issue. They're not.
And you
I
know
don't really
them.
have any other. Yeah, I don't really have any other way of like contacting them. So,
Well, I mean, I'm a friendly face in town, of course. You know, if you do need anything, it is, of course, bad to be out here without knowing anyone. But the folks in town can be a little themselves, but they're not bad people. I'm just out here for the sights. Any recommendations your friend had? Things to do, see, check out while you're up here? I think Cynthia takes a long sip of her coffee.
you were saying anywhere like recommended.
You're gonna want to speak up.
Oh, like was there anywhere in particular that got recommended? This is a question for Kelly.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I would have liked to have actually given you this communication, but you did not deign to make that happen. So, yeah, no, it was mostly along the lines of, you should care about this town. You should come here. If you're looking for some good content, you should come here. There's much to be seen, you know, that kind of energy, but not any specific locations.
Alright, okay, yeah, so it's one picture. But yeah, then like he's like, no, they just kinda said to around town. No really particularly. So,
Does this have anything to, like, are you out here? I know you said you did the internet thing for your job, right? Is this, checking your recording videos or something? Is that? I mean, it's a wonderful place to get if you're looking for nature scenery. Do you need? I know the trails pretty well too, so not obviously great. I know my way around a little bit if you need like a guide. Um, what kind of videos do you do?
Oh.
Long sip of coffee.
I mean, I don't know. I know it can sound a little bit silly to some people, but I kind of have a thing for the parent.
Speak
Fair enough.
up.
Sorry.
And repeat the thing you just said because
Oh.
it was not audible.
Sorry, I think I'm like air conditioning just turned on, like adds a bunch of background noise. But yeah, no. I mean, like it just says like, yeah, like it might be silly, but like, I do like a like paranormal thing.
Cynthia just gives like a nod. As maybe having thoughts about that. Paranormal. These. Like ghosts and stuff. Not that I can say I. Have you ever seen them? I frankly can't say I particularly believe that sort of stuff.
I mean, I can't say I've ever really been lucky enough to like, see one. But I mean, I've caught some decent evidence, I'd say.
Oh.
I consider myself a believer. But...
Oh,
I'd love to see that actually if you have it with you. I've got like an old like one of those old cathode ray tube ones. If you need like and a VCR player, if you don't have anything set up here back at place. I mean, it's a little bit of a drive, but
I mean,
I would love to see your.
I mean, I have all of my all of my like recordings uploaded, but I mean, it's a lot of stuff to sift through. I guess if you really want to see the highlights, but
Show me some of your favorites. Why don't you? Or
Milo pulls out his iPhone, brings up the YouTube app. I don't actually know when if any of this is chronologically accurate. It spends the next discernible amount of time showing Cynthia ghost orbs. And no, look at the shadow. Watch really close. Like.
Cynthia is pretending to be very impressed.
yeah, I think if you don't stop Milo, the longer you let him like show you his stuff, the more he'll just get into it.
I mean, Cynthia's here for this, right?
Like I don't think he's ever had like someone like audience with a person that was like in person, like in real life.
I think Cynthia is absolutely having a great time for reasons that are not necessarily related to the content that Milo is showing her.
Yeah, making your
Or
job
are,
easy.
but like not perhaps for the reasons Milo would want her to be. I feel like Cynthia probably like finished us off her coffee at some point and like has a glass of water.
Yeah. Beth just kind of leaves you two to it. She has a lot of work to be doing right now.
Mhm.
You know, Milo, you are in a room with someone who knows their way around and clearly, has some level of interest in your work.
Yeah. No, I think Milo at some point will be like, I mean, I don't know if you have any like spots that you think might be good for me to check out. I don't really know my way around super well, but presumably there's something here. I mean,
How about this? Tomorrow sometime, I'll meet you out here and we'll find a spot. Take you on a little bit of a trip. I got something.
The least suspicious sentences ever uttered in the history of anything. I won't have to disappear, Milo. Cynthia's gonna do it for me.
yeah, I think Miles' thought process at this point is just, I have nothing better to do, and I can't keep walking around in the woods. So like,
Milo's thought process
fuck
is
it, I'll put it.
Ghost. I like Ghost.
We're looking for ghosts. All right, we're gonna want to go this way.
It's a date, I guess. All right. Well, I'm going to assume that shortly thereafter, Cynthia untangles herself from the situation, having learned much and also made a promise.
I will lose, maybe more accurately.
I'm interested to see what she has in mind. Tom, you have things to have done today if you've done things.
I probably have done things, but I've been sitting here for like 2 hours and my brain is just a little bit soup. So could we have like 15 or 20 minutes before I thoughts?
Oh yeah, that
Yeah,
might
we
be
could go for a quick break.
too.
I could go grab dinner.
Yeah, there we go. So we'll do a convene for whenever Parker gets back.
I'm probably gonna eat an
10,
early
15
dinner.
minutes probably.
I'm probably just gonna do an early dinner so that we don't have to do another one in like an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we have like 3 hours until we have.
Yeah.
All right.
Convenient.
So
Boom.
we'll take a quick break. I don't have a funny break screen to put up, so I'm just gonna stay on mic. And people who are leaving can leave, and the rest of us will fill time.
Ye-
Wait, maybe I can put maybe I can hold on. Where's Streamlabs?
There are four people viewing right now. Is it just people in the call, or is there another person? Or is Katie here? That would be my guess.
I'm not viewing it.
You're not viewing it. Oh, hold on. So, Abby's viewing it, Kai's viewing it, and Kellen probably. That's
For
probably.
the record, I'm not viewing it right now.
Oh, then there's someone.
Might be like Katie or Bowen.
It's you can see who's watching it like on the side. It's currently more than 4 people, so I don't know what it thinks it's doing. That's not enough charger. I need to just go. It's my computer charger.
Wait, you have a thing that lets you see users in
iPad.
chat? How many people are in chat?
Give me that battery.
You have it though.
I have a Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, that's
charger.
probably enough.
It's got an adapter for Nintendo Switch.
Oh, there are apparently people.
It's a big back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna go.
I need
Yep.
water and light.
I love my break screen. It's impeccable.
I'm a big fan. I think I'm probably gonna go steal some of my like chips too. So don't be like alarmed.
No. Because if you're crunching on mic, it's going to
I'm
be
not gonna be
audible.
crunching on mic.
You don't mute yourself.
I can live in like the corner. I mean, I'm not gonna eat for more than break.
Okay, just don't eat on mic. That's all.
Helen, are we like still live on Twitch? Can people hear us right now?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm gonna mute us.
I'm gonna mute me on Discord. Oops. Well, that works too, I guess. Hey chat, what's poppin'? It's just you and me right now. This is some one-on-one time with your boy. How's everybody doing? Wow. Yeah, this is gonna be a pretty slow session. I can, if you haven't noticed yet, hopefully it'll pick up in the second half, but just trying to get a feel for the whole streaming thing. Yeah, the first half was, pretty much just character intros. At some point we'll have the wiki exist, and that'll hopefully, be a point of reference that can be made available. But for right now, we're just kind of hanging out. But this has been pretty exciting. Getting to use the system, which will also hopefully at some point be on the internet. I mean, it's not now, but you know, eventually. Just working out the kinks in the like GM section basically, and then I need to edit the entire thing, and then I need to make it look good. It's all about the aesthetic until, well, really it's just about finding how much art from Moss can also be used for Periphery, and vice versa, you know? Because, like, this campaign demands a lot from me artistically, but also, I might be able to kill a couple of the same birds with a couple of the same stones, you know? Hydration Nation. Also, I evidently need to design a stream break graphic. I'm a big fan of, like, Helvetica text on a black background, but not quite the vibes. Yeah, actually, that's a fucking really good idea, and it kind of goes well with my plan to at some point, uh, enhance the splash art a little bit with some visual interest in a similar way. I think that could be cool. Oh look, Kai's here.
I'm here for shit. Who is this?
What?
Oh, are you talking to Katie?
Yeah.
Hi, Katie.
There goes Kai. I'm really enjoying the fact that Twitch has all these fun little achievements that that you can unlock. I've got like 5 in the last hour or whatever. It's very fun. Where did Discord go? There we go. Still all by my lonesome. It's alright, I didn't want to make engaging and fun content anyway. This is fine. I'm excited. I wasn't expecting to get to play today. That got sprung on me last minute. So pretty lit. I was expecting to have to wait another week. God looked down and said, "Fuck you, no mas." And then God reconsidered and was like, "Alright, but only if you suffer all Saturday." And that's what I did. I suffered all Saturday. Just the morning though. Now I'm having fun. Oh no, it was definitely worth it. I just had to everything I was planning to do over the course of the week had to happen this morning. Which was great. I just basically did everything. But some of it was not as much work as I was expecting. Some of it I just kind of let go. Like in the future, I'd like to have some options for background noise. I feel like that would be good. like music and the like, but I need to find a way to set it up so that it can be audible in the call and then also on Twitch. Or maybe just on Twitch. Maybe that's fine. But hey, look, it's Abby. Hold on. Hello, Abby.
Eyes crunching in the.
I suspected as much.
Ideally, you can't hear me crunching,
It picks you up talking.
but not crunching.
I don't know. Do some crunching. It does not pick you up crunching.
That's good. That's what I was.
Twitch says I should work on getting 5 people chatting at the same time.
You got one. We've had 5 people say things in the duration of the stream, and only
Yeah,
3
we
of
gotta
them.
game the system. You all have to start chatting. Everyone join right now and, and fake the numbers for me.
Participating in Twitch chat.
We gotta game the system. It's okay, listen. Now that I'm like comfortable and know that this works, next time I'm gonna tell Preston that this is happening, and Preston is gonna come bring the stream to life. Shout out to Preston. Honestly,
Also,
I could probably post in the Magpie Games Discord and maybe get some at least temporary attention if we wanted to practice having an audience at some point.
Yeah, and I can throw it in the podcast server.
I have a friend.
Yeah, and just like, you know, see who we can wrestle up. I don't know where we stand quality wise.
Like
compared to,
audio?
like, just no, not audio. Like, I mean, like, content quality wise. I have no external reference for how this is. So, but once the ball gets turning, at least ball gets turning. Yep. Once the ball gets rolling, I suspect we'll
Yeah.
you know, we'll at least have something to show for it. Because I don't think session 1 is ever gonna be like, whoa,
I'm just like,
they know what they're doing.
I mean, it could be a lot if one of us decides that it would be a good idea to go hiking at night, but
Well, I didn't say, oh, we should do character death session 1. I said things could probably happen more than they are, but we're also all trying to get our footing, and none of you read the handbook, so...
I have read. I know the stuff that is in my head.
Yeah. Okay, so one of my 4... We have a 25% success rate on players who read the handbook.
I also mostly listened to you write the handbook.
That
Not
is
like
not a passing grade. And also, listening to me write the handbook and the things I actually write down are 2 very different things.
I learned that, which is why I would go back through and read it when there was new stuff, so that I knew what was going on. For real.
Yeah. Well, the rest of the people who aren't even in this call should read the handbook. What else do I have for funny achievements? I really like that we've gamified streaming.
Twitch, baby.
Twitch, baby. I don't know if I'm gonna stream more than 2. I'd have to get creative if I was gonna stream more than once a week.
We stream exactly once a week for like 8 hours in the straight, and the last video can die.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
I'm
know.
back.
I guess if I did other play testing, I could stream that on here too. I'm gonna I'm I'm gonna do Tuesday and Thursday Minecraft streams. I'm gonna be a Minecraft streamer, and then this is like the weekend content.
This is the side content.
No, the Minecraft content's the side content. I'm gonna go find one of those like roleplay Minecraft servers. I'm gonna become a committed member.
Yo. Kellen, you're gonna become a social media influencer for a living.
I'm gonna.
I'm also like now
Listen.
to like design like a splash screen for like while we're actually playing for this campaign, kind of like the one I have for Icewind Dale.
Oh yeah.
The splash screen that we have.
Yeah, well, like the one that has like the character names and their pronouns and like the archetypes they're playing and like who the players are.
Yeah,
Just
something
like-
we could throw up at the beginning that's like, hey, we're not introducing ourselves every time, but for the first like half hour where we're not actually doing the game, enjoy.
I think it would be nice to have like, or at least like nice to have like a little thing at the bottom so you can keep track of who's who.
Who's who, yeah. I could also honestly, if I tweaked the current splash art, just replace Moss with we'll be right back, and that could be our break screen.
Yeah. Would be good. Or like going live.
Yep.
I feel like that Moss is a great like things are going
Things
to
are
happen.
gonna happen, yeah, and I feel like the energy of the piece really fits that too.
Yeah.
Plus, I do want to like animate it a little bit. That's a stretch, but basically, I want to add like lightning flashes for like occasional visual interest. I think that would be cool.
That would
I'm
be
gonna
really-
I'm gonna add Minecraft Steve, so that it works also for my Minecraft streams that are definitely happening.
You can play Milo with Steve, it's probably fine.
No, Milo's not allowed to play Minecraft, cause Colby was a Minecrafter, and I refuse to let every character Parker touches be a Minecraft.
I can't believe you forgot about Gamer Jesus.
I didn't forget about Gamer Jesus. I'm just only allowed to hold one thing in my head at a time.
That's reasonable.
Right? I have one block of memory. It was held by something else. And then Gamer Jesus, when you say Gamer Jesus, it's allowed to come back and occupy that one spot in my for like a minute. That is a lot of people, but like our number is 5.
Yeah.
I don't know how that number. Which
I think the users thing is how many people in total have clicked on the stream.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just a running tally. So shout out to all those people. Sorry we weren't cool enough for you.
Fair enough.
Let's
I
all
don't
work.
blame 'em. Look, it's not even like anything's happening this session, alright? We're not like
Yeah.
starting with our best foot forward, but there's not a timeline where we could do that, so.
We're getting settled in. We're establishing a relationship.
We're like learning the system because again, 75% of you did not read the handbook.
I have been really, really wanting to do a thing where like Cynthia is just like having a conversation with someone, has a glass of water, and the glass just like never gets empty because of small miracles.
Yeah. That would work with I mean, eventually you'd run into
And
thermal
fail.
equilibrium, but before then, you could have a very long, like a very extended cup of tea.
Yeah, character bonding. Sometimes somebody decides they're your friend.
I'm so curious what Cynthia's suggestion for Milo is.
You know, you're gonna have to wait and find out.
Cause like I know some spots, but I'm curious to see what your contribution to the space is.
I think what Cynthia's going for is we're going on a hike.
And she's pushing him off a cliff.
No.
Problem
Just
solved.
murder him. Who needs Milo?
No, we're going on a hike, and the one where there are the most like spooky abandoned buildings and shit. We're trying to find those. That's what we're looking.
So wait, hold on. So this random stranger comes to town, starts poking around in the exact sorts of things that would jeopardize your cover. And your solution is, okay, I'll help. The book didn't tell you to keep eyes on him to be a mother. Or a secretary. I know that's Cynthia's inclination, but I'm the other brain cell in this circumstance.
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Because part of what I was curious about was if she was going to, like, take him to a fucking field where jack shit happens and be like, no, there are ghosts here, trust me, just show up a bunch and look for it.
I almost like what's probably gonna happen. Yeah.
Because, like, I can tell you where some hot spots are if she's not going to lie to him, but... I don't know, I also like Luigi's Mansion, but we have not met the prerequisites for me to set up a haunted house.
Yeah, first we need ghosts. And a house.
I can only do plot hooks if I get to do plot hooks. That's how the service system works, so... Listen, I'm down to kill somebody session 1. I'm out for blood this season. I'm out for blood, like, season 2. I'll give you all this one to get comfy and attached.
I keep rifling through thoughts that I own, trying to figure out something that Tom is doing other than being a recluse. And it's not going well, because that's all he does.
Well, yeah, but if you want to play...
Yeah, I know.
I'll accept, like, yard work as an option.
Yeah, I don't know how much, like, actually fixing up this shitty house that he bought. There's probably, like, chores that need doing, and by chores I mean, like, I don't know, making it so that the porch is real. Which is maybe not the kind of thing that, like, Tom by himself should be doing. But it's just, I think he has a list that is things that should probably happen so that this house is, like, a real house. And it's, like, way out of his budget and, like, several sticky notes. But I don't think I would be surprised if he, like, guard. That feels like the kind of thing he would do. I have notes, I have all of this time and all of this, like, house that I own. It has a yard.
Sorry, I've totally lost the plot of what's being discussed.
I'm mostly just musing, so it wasn't that important.
We're gonna go on a hike where it's gonna look really pretty.
Tom Gardens. That's what I came up with.
Does he have the equipment for gardening?
We will find one building that looks minorly spooky and is not at all actually haunted.
Okay, but if somebody lives there, you're gonna get Milo shot. if that's private property, you're gonna get Milo shot.
Fair point. That is something we're trying to avoid.
Nah.
Really?
2 goals. No one gets shot. No one gets shot. No one gets.
I just yearn for the drama.
Return.
Ah, is that everybody then?
Yep.
Oh, we're all
Are we
here.
officially back?
Also, when I was walking back here, this dude passed me, and he was wearing rollerblades
Wow.
while on a Razor scooter.
How cool.
It was the biggest energy.
And we're back. Cool.
When do you have enough wheels?
Did that work?
It's so many wheels.
Is
He's still out there. He's still on the
enough wheels
quad.
for you?
I can see him.
That's a lot of wheels. Anyway, are we back?
Welcome back.
Back.
Yeah, baby. Let's go.
So I believe where we left off, we were asking Tom what Tom was doing with Tom's Sunday.
Yeah. Tom's Sunday, I think, as the most of Tom's days tend to be, is full of not a ton. Because there's not much that he has to do.
He doesn't work weekends.
I think that sort of like depends on the week. And just sort of like how long
Well,
it's
just because
been.
typically Sunday is when you get shipments.
Yeah, then he's probably helping with that. Not the like actual moving big stuff around, but all of the like actual real stocking that needs to happen because you've gotten a shipment and not
Gotta work free.
instead of just the like I'm standing around in the store looking like I'm trying to pretend to do something stocking. Is probably what he's doing.
Oh, fun. I mean, he's got a long day of it because everyone goes grocery shopping on Sunday, and also Sunday is morning, early, is when you get all your shit delivered. So, yeah, you have a long work day ahead of you. I feel like everyone always complains about Mondays, but I think Tom's struggle is probably Sunday, you know?
That's the day when like actual work happens instead of just hanging around rearranging shelves and shit.
So he's probably pretty beat after work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I can't imagine that workday is very eventful other than exhausting, so.
I know.
You got any plans for this afternoon? I mean,
I think Tom's plans for the afternoon include some kind of painkiller because he's been on his feet a long time.
ibuprofen.
Painkiller and more microwave lasagna and like a cup of tea and a book. It's Tom's plans for I just lifted things best I can for like 8 hours straight.
Yeah. Well, I think as you sort of pull into your house, which is, you know, not far from a sort of a back road intersection, you see someone coming around that corner, which is notable because, I mean, one, you don't really get a whole lot of people walking out here. I mean, that just doesn't really happen. Sometimes hikers will, but, you know, and this isn't a hiker. Like, he's in a sweater, which is a little unseasonal.
Yes. like summer.
Yeah, and it's like chartreuse too, so you notice the sweater.
Hey, you know who else wears a chartreuse sweater?
You're not allowed to kill this one. Yeah, no, yeah, but you see, you see someone tall, male, 30s, if that, you know, walking up the road, kind of towards your house a little bit,
Like towards my house, like
along the road, up the road
Okay,
from the
not
direction
like-
that your house is not, in the direction that your house
okay.
is.
Is mine the only one on the road?
Absolutely not. He's basically, if he kept going down this road, he'd end up in like Granton town.
Okay. And not somebody that I've like seen at the store before. Is
No.
this like
But if you're scrutinizing him, he's probably close enough that he would notice and kind of like wave, you know?
yeah, I think I'll like sort of awkwardly wave back and be like, you you got somewhere to be?
And he goes, hold on. What?
This isn't a hiking trail.
He jogs up to be a little bit closer, and he goes, what? Oh, no, I just bought, a house down the street, not too long ago, so I was just kinda, you know, getting the lay of the land, just seeing, you know, what I had for neighbors. The answer is not much, but,
No,
you
they're
know,
around here. Do you
Hector,
mind if I-
by the way, sticks a hand in your face.
Thomas?
Ooh. Ah. It's him.
Hey.
It's you. Is he called Hector? I was like talking at the same time.
Yes.
Okay.
This man looks very 70s.
Okay, this name has been said twice, but is still not registered in my brain.
Hector.
Okay, it's Hector.
Oh!
I heard
what guy said.
I heard Spectre every time, and I'm like, wow, that's really on
Hi,
the nose.
I'm the ghost.
Hector, like with a V.
It's me, the guy who's supposed to be haunting you. Jesus Christ. Come on, guys, give me a little more credit.
Your friendly neighborhood spirit.
Yeah, you know. Heck. Okay. And you mind if I asked where you moved from?
I mean, yeah, I was out in Connecticut, doing, God, it's kind of sounds silly now, but, school, fine art stuff, but, you know, little too urban for me, you know, I grew up in the countryside, and so, when I found a listing out here, I was like, perfect. And now, here I am.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good kind of place to just be not in the city. There's like nothing.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, I've been here a while, and I still haven't, you know, properly gotten to know anybody. It kind of feels like, you know, the sort of place that, I get it, you know, outsiders and whatever, but it's,
I don't know that I'd be able to help you in that department. I actually, I've only been here like less than a year myself. Just sort of, you know, here,
no
work at
kidding.
the store, back here.
Well, I guess we're, two peas in a pod, huh?
I guess.
Well, listen, if you ever want someone to commiserate with, I don't mind, being on call for that. Although my cell phone's not currently working, so I'm not on call for much currently. But I'm around. I think probably now that I'm a little bit settled, I'll take up a little bit of a morning fitness regimen. Stay in shape. So I'll probably be by. Glad somebody out here is not gonna chase me off their front yard with a firearm.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I can't say I've had that experience, but I haven't. I've mostly kept my head down.
Yeah, me neither. I just, just feels like that sort of place, But, yeah, sorry. My memory like a sieve, I tell you. Name.
Tommy. Tommy.
Tom.
Not
Right,
Tommy.
Well, it's it's good to meet you. I'll get out of your hair now. You look pretty beat.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to sitting down. It's a Sunday. There's a lot at the store.
All right, Tom. Well, I'll see you around. Nice to meet you, neighbor.
That laugh was so off-putting.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a fan. I think Tom was just sort of having fun being or like this is a person who's real, and then just sort of went wait, what the fuck? Is this man
Well, he waves, as he continues on his way. Tom goes, fucking okay, I guess. And goes inside.
Yeah.
Shout out to Hector.
Truly one of the characters.
Hector, not a specter.
True.
Maybe a specter.
That we know.
How could you know?
It's broad daylight. I guess we don't really know the rules, but that feels like one.
Yeah.
Frank,
Yeah.
what you up to?
Gosh, what day is it at this point?
Sunday-ish.
Yeah,
You
Sunday-ish.
can move it along if you want.
Yeah.
It's gotten a couple days, and brain cells have probably connected enough in Frank that oh, I should probably warn that kid. And I'm assuming if someone from out of town is staying here, there's exactly one place they would be.
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. He could narrow it down to, okay, they're at the bed and breakfast, because... Yeah, so he's gonna actually call the bed and breakfast. I'm assuming they have a phone.
Oh, yeah. Probably Beth picks it up. I don't know that you're
Hey,
super
it's been a
familiar with
while.
her. Oh, are you super familiar with her?
No, but that's how he put. That's how.
Alright. I was gonna say you could roll to know her, I guess, but...
Hey, it's Frank. It's been a while. Say, do you have someone staying there that's pokes around a lot? Maybe YouTuber-y, young side.
I mean, yeah, he certainly has had a number of callers, I guess, recently. Can I pass on a message?
Yeah, I would warn the kid that people all around here don't take too kindly to poking around, and he might get himself in trouble if he keeps doing that.
Right.
He should probably be careful. There's been a couple of people. There's been a couple of trespassing reports that have come through. Nothing serious, but someone might get annoyed at him, and he might find himself on the wrong end of a shotgun. So I don't want that for him. He sounds like a nice enough kid, just doesn't know his way around here.
I guess I will pass that along. Sure.
Frank?
Sorry, who is this?
Oh yeah, this is Frank. I run the ice cream shop over in Granton.
The ice cream shop. Okay, right. All right. Well, I will let him know. Have a nice day. She hangs
Have a
up.
nice.
Because there is no way you could sound more like you were making a death threat.
Fair enough. It wasn't his intention, but that's fair enough.
Tell him you better watch where he's stepping, or else he's gonna end up on the wrong side of this here shotgun.
He wasn't making a threat, but yeah, I can see that's how it would sound.
So roughly, when is this? Are we
Much
thinking
like
this
a threat.
is? Are we thinking this is post Cynthia and
I think so.
Milo's conversation?
Probably.
Yeah. So Milo, there is a knock on your door.
Yeah, he'll open it.
Miss Lawrence is standing there, you know, looking maybe a little shaken. And, she, sort of braces herself against the doorway and says, sweetie, Frank from the ice cream shop just called, and he asked me to tell you, that you should, be a bit more careful, when you're out and about. Some folks can be pretty, possessive of their private property, and, he was concerned for your health. And she, like, waits for just you to reassure her that, like, this is someone you know and that ice cream shop isn't, like, code for the mob or whatever, like...
Yeah.
Or for you to ask her to call the cops, frankly.
I think instead Milo just looks at just I mean, it's alright. I've been doing this for a while and I've never gotten caught.
Right! Well, just so we're clear, your contract is void if you, are criminally charged, and, you can expect to be, financially compensate for that sort of thing. We have a no tolerance policy here. And with that, she, like, heel turns and shuts your door.
We're making this innkeeper's life miserable when really the problem is that he's a YouTuber.
Good Christian bed and breakfast.
Now, Milo, at this point, you do probably, like, the guy who owns the ice cream shop does conjure an image in your head, because you have been there, you know, enough to have sparked his interest. So, just for the record, you do know who is sending you this missive.
It wasn't supposed to be a death threat.
I think it's great that that's how it turned out.
Well, and listen, I don't think that necessarily Milo is interpreting it as a death threat. And I don't think Fragmented is a death threat. It's just that your middleman has no fucking clue what's going on right now.
It sounds like a death threat.
It does.
Does this Spanish mean Steve?
I don't know, that lighting is slightly bad. It's sort of something.
So, anyone have any plans? Anything to do?
Milo and I have made plans, but I don't know if we're ready to move on to that.
Well, I don't know. I guess it's up to you all. Is that the next?
I
next
might
evening?
actually, that evening call Cynthia.
Sure.
Yeah, and it's like, I've had dinner, but it's been no more than like, I don't know, an hour since I ran into Hector on the street. Just like, So yeah, I'm gonna call Cynthia, who's like probably one of the few numbers in my phone.
Do you call her home number or cell?
Probably. I don't know that I would have her cell number. I feel like I have her home number. So yeah, I mean, you brought Milo like dinner, so I'm leaving a message. I bet.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, because you brought Milo dinner and then you watched YouTube for like 3 hours.
Yep.
So yeah, I think when you don't answer, I'm like, "Hi, Cynthia. It's Tom. I know you like to keep tabs on these kinds of things. I guess I don't know. I mean, you were the one to welcome me into town, but I have a new neighbor. And I guess I don't know. He seems pretty. He's like trying to get to know people in town. I think maybe, and I figure. I mean, you know more people in town than I do. So but yeah, I don't know. You can drop by if you feel like it. Yeah. I hope you're having a good evening. Click.
Cynthia probably like gets back a little while later. I mean, I don't know how long, but a bit later, once Cynthia's done watching ghost videos with Milo, and driving home, check her answering. Definitely has a landline that she's very proud of.
Speak up and come back to the microphone.
You have scooted back.
I don't know. Listen, it just happens, okay? Cynthia is checking her messages because that's what you do when you get home.
And your answering machine.
And the answering machine's like it's blinking. It's probably always blinking.
Yeah.
I feel like it gets a decent number of calls from everywhere. A lot of it's
80% of them are Magnolia height. The other,
True.
there's another 10% that are, local soccer moms trying to sell you MLM stuff.
The remaining, 1% is Tom.
Cynthia takes a moment to, politely call back and decline every single one of the MLM offers. And then there's Tom's method.
Which is, I mean, Tom sounded a little bit shaken. Not a lot, but if you were slightly worried about his well-being, you might note that.
I think that comes across. Tom didn't give a name, did he?
No.
I don't think he did. Just hey, there's this. I'm trying to remember what happened literally 30 seconds ago.
A neighbor.
There's a
know
neighbor.
People in
I
town.
know people. Maybe I know this.
Now you know that I have a neighbor. Say bye.
And Tom sounded slightly concerned about that. So
Tom didn't really know what he was saying. It mostly was just sort of, I have a new neighbor in lots of words.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have a new neighbor, and that's sure something that happened.
I feel like that's probably worth at least Tom being maybe slightly concerned about this. At least warrants a call back, right?
Yeah, get to the bottom of what exactly has him all riled up, other than Tom had to interact with another human being.
Right. Is this just Tom had to talk to somebody because that would be a very Tom thing? Or is this actually something that is worth being concerned about from Cynthia's perspective? So yeah, Cynthia probably gives Tom a call back.
Yeah, I'll pick up. I'm doing nothing else.
And sort of starts with check. Are you well? How have you been?
I mean, you know how Sundays are. So I'm.
Do be taking care of yourself.
Yes,
if
I
you
know.
Need anything, always give me a call. But obviously you just did, which is why I'm calling.
Yeah.
You sounded a little concerned about your new neighbor.
I don't know if concerned is not. This is more confused, I guess. Just because, I mean, Like, yeah, houses are like always on sale, but you basically don't ever get people moving in.
It happens.
I think I was the last one.
2 in 1 year is maybe a little unusual. You're right about that. But I mean, not out of the ordinary. It happens every now and then. Anything in particular you're just on your mind about it?
I don't
Anything
know. I mean,
noteworthy? Do you have a name?
oh yeah. He's called Hector. I didn't get a surname.
Heck,
From Connecticut. Did
Hector
art
from Connecticut does art.
or
Does
did?
that name ring any bells to me?
I mean, he's new in town.
I can't say I've met him before, but I suppose that, if he's new in town, I suppose I wouldn't necessarily. I try to keep tabs on that sort of thing, but obviously, 100.
I
So,
don't actually know which one of the houses is his. You seem like the kind of person who might like do like a here's a casserole, welcome to town. So I
Yeah.
think I would let you know.
that sounds like a good idea.
You can't bring casserole to a house if you don't know which house it is.
Obviously, I can't exactly throw a welcoming party if I don't know where he lives.
I mean, I can keep an eye out.
Yeah, if you get hands on that information, I'd love to be able to pay a visit.
I'll keep an eye out.
Well,
Did you have a good day?
oh yes, you're
You're not usually out in the evening. Interesting.
I was learning about that whole what do the kids call it these days? What are they? He said it was. He does ghost videos.
Tom is like drinking tea and like
Spit
show
take,
on
spit take.
TV. I what?
Oh, a charming young fellow named Milo, staying out at the bed and breakfast, is very enthusiastic about the place we have up here. He makes videos about ghosts or something, apparently. They're very interesting. He showed me a few.
You wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. All right. Good. That does sound like a way to spend an evening.
It was interesting. Mostly, I enjoyed the being able to bond with over the shared passion. Can't say I
didn't know you were ghosts.
Oh, I mean, I can't say I really either, but it's nice to see the youth excited about something, I don't want to sort of rein in on their parade.
Subtext.
Yeah.
Hey Tom, get a hobby.
I had a hobby. I buried it in my closet.
Well, anyway, if you ever find something like that you're excited, I would love to hear about it.
You'll be the first one to know if I ever start looking into ghosts.
Why don't you go play with that Hector fellow? He seems like he's nice and could be a good influence.
Well, do let me know if you find anything else about the whereabouts of our new friend Hector.
I'll
Try to
keep an eye out.
and try to get some rest. Obviously, the with your leg and all the Sundays are hard. So
Planning.
I will leave you to your evening.
Thanks.
I hope you are taking care of yourself. Well,
I think Tom just hangs up.
So what's our takeaways?
what's our takeaway? We have
Milo
Two.
exists.
two
Three
whole new people
Three new people.
at the same
in town.
time. Tom, too. 3 whole new
No,
people.
that's
No,
not who I meant by
Tom.
3.
Basement man. Basement man.
Not the basement, just the first floor.
You said he came out of the basement the first time, which means he's
No,
basement.
I said he came. The first floor. I said the downstairs resident emerged from the door from his side of the house.
He gets to be basement. I'm sorry.
Okay, fuck it. He lives in the basement. Now it's canon.
He doesn't have to be
He
living
doesn't
in
have
the
to be in basement. I just heard downstairs and decided basement.
Codename basement.
basement.
Also, calling him a new resident would be a stretch. Milo's here for the long haul. We don't know how long that guy's here for. No one's talked to him yet.
Perhaps worth. I have so many people I need to check in on. It a lot. But I have plans with Milo tomorrow, so I gotta make sure I'm set up for that.
Yeah.
Gotta chart out my route very carefully. Make sure my food work. Gotta pack sandwiches. Pack a lunch for Milo
Extra
also.
vegetables.
A copious
Little
amount
note
of
in it.
vegetables, and not nearly enough of like things that are not vegetables, or at least not perhaps as many as Milo would hope.
Listen, we don't want him to get scurvy, okay?
That would be bad. That would be really bad.
Yeah, I think Cynthia spent some time getting ready in the evening, and then calls it a night, and then it's gonna be up early for going hiking. Is there like a place Cynthia could go take Milo that's got a spooky name, but doesn't have actually any ghosts? That's the plan here. Can I go up to like Bones Ridge?
I mean, it wouldn't be a ridge, because a ridge is like the whole little chunk of mountains.
Let's bring him to the
mean-
ghost pit.
Well, I mean, I guess I don't know how familiar like Cynthia is with that side of things to give an educated
Yeah, I
answer.
Yeah, I think mostly what Cynthia knows is like people who know things, and also like I feel like she's mostly acquainted with at least like the touristy more parts of the trails.
Yeah, no, I just meant like as far as so you're looking for like a like out in the woods, a sort of region.
Yeah. Put it out in the woods. Preferably has a cool spooky name.
Like what?
Bones Ridge.
Right. I don't know. Hollow Hill is a little bit spooky. You could call it that.
I mean,
Why
yeah,
is it hollow?
sure.
They used to have a mine there. It's not hollow, but there used to be one. You might find a stray piece of concrete if you look hard enough.
Yeah,
That-
I was lost on where we were just because like like Granton has a graveyard, like
That feels like it would have a high density of ghosts, though.
okay.
Anyway, Cynthia makes a
None that
plan.
you've met, like
How many ghosts has Cynthia met in her life?
fucking none. What's a ghost?
No ghost.
Are you a ghost? I don't consider you a ghost.
I'm not a ghost.
I don't think Joe Brennan is a ghost.
This is true. There's a solid difference between ghost and vibe.
True. There's
Anyway.
a solid difference between ghost and literally just any other paranormal entity.
Which is not Cynthia because she's a normal old lady.
Yeah.
Yep.
it is. But if you want to go to Dead Man's Bluff or whatever,
Yeah.
that's
Well,
allowed.
That's what we're doing.
But
That's
I
what
do
we're doing.
require you actually name it.
Yeah, I'm calling it Hollow Hill because there used to be a mine there, which feels like why they call it Hollow Hill. That's also spooky. It's also kind of touristy because like that feels like a thing you would go out and walk and see. That's what I'm deciding. Hollow Hill is a place that exists.
James, ghosts aren't real.
Hush.
Is James talking shit in Twitch chat?
No,
Oh.
in my DMs. You can't meet anyone's ghost because ghosts aren't real.
We're only allowed like special, unique cryptid types in this campaign. No ghosts or werewolves.
Well, no, there are rules, and Bartholomew Edwards the Fourth or whatever his name is does not meet my criteria for having died to produce any sort of spiritual weapon. Did I get the name right? I did. See, I care.
Bartholomew.
But I did seriously consider if that was an option, but unfortunately, the rules
Okay,
that I
fair enough.
constructed at the beginning of this concept don't accommodate his existence continued on this mortal plane. Rest in peace.
Rest in peace, Bartholomew Edwards the
Rip.
Fourth.
You made such good ice cream.
Did he?
Now look where we are.
Damn, Cynthia talking smack about Frank's ice cream.
So it sounds like Cynthia and Milo were gonna go look at a hill.
Yes.
Is there any reason we should be invested in this exploration?
What's going on this investigation? Besides the fact we're going out and is Milo bringing his video stuff?
I'm asking, so
Promised him ghosts.
I'm asking so I know if I should bring a bludgeoning weapon.
Milo, are we looking for ghosts today?
You did promise him ghosts,
Cynthia did
more or
promise.
less. So we were looking for ghosts.
So Milo's got his ghost stuff. Cynthia just knows like the history of the area more or less, and is doing a tour guide about it. As much as there is to tour guide about in the woods where there isn't people. What else is happening? Just sort of like, I don't know, still trying to get to North Island. No?
Well, you can do that if
Where,
you would like.
where are you from? I don't know. We've actually talked to it. That's a question. Right? Yeah. Where are you from?
I'm just from Boston.
I got anything going on down there? Folks, school, work.
Not a whole lot right now. I kind of I was in school for a while, but didn't do too well. So I've just been off kind of doing my own thing. But
Well, I suppose our education system isn't for all of us. Or for everyone. That's unfortunate. Stay in school. How
True.
Failed that one.
many people have graduated high school in this campaign? Or we got two. I bet Frank graduated high school. Did Frank graduate high school?
Yeah, barely.
Okay, that makes three of us.
I'm also graduating college. It was grad school I did.
That's farther than Nick's from.
Tyler didn't make it through his freshman year.
Yeah. Got any folks down there in Connecticut, was it? How's your family? I want to know.
Well, Massachusetts, but
Someone else is ridiculous. I just a lot of new faces recently. Connecticut. Great face.
yeah, I mean, I was staying with my parents for a while, but I don't know, right now I've just kind of been all over the place.
Nice to get out, explore new places, get outside, get some activity. Fresh air is good for you. I don't know. I think any other. I'm not sure if Cynthia has a question. Lila, though. I mean, she's got the ghost spiel at this point, so. Feel like she maybe like throws the vibes of like, all right, so this is a place that used to exist, not anymore. It stopped in Tino, whatever. And when the mine dried up or whatever, and then it's been sealed off, and really by now there's nothing left of it. I'm trying to get like Milo's take. Like, what do you think you'll find here with your spooky camera? VCRs recording, is that what you're using, right? Cassettes, is that cassettes are a thing? Is that what you use? Cynthia is not having a great grasp on the technology.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, what does the area kind of look like? Like,
I feel like what we have, Kellen, if you don't mind.
No, yeah, go.
I feel like what we have is like you've got like this wood that sort of opens up. You're getting like going through forest most of the way, but then it starts sort of opening up into a place where they like clear cut it all 100 years ago, and now it's only still starting. It's only growing back still, and it's like this big hill. It's not huge, and there's like a decaying building, or like not really even a building. You could call it like
there might be some rocks in a rectangle shape. I don't know that you're getting building here.
Two halves of a wall, and then like one of those big holes that's covered in a metal grate so nobody falls in it and dies. And probably like a bunch of loose rocks that probably used to be part of something. It's sort of like a more open area, and it's up on like sort of this. It's like you're starting to get into like the foothills of the mountains, right? So it's a little bit hilly. You climb up a big hill to get up there. There's like a hiking trail that sort of switchbacks across it. And so it's like sort of on top of a hill, but at the foothill of larger hills else close. I feel like it's kind of a quiet spot. Like, you don't have a lot of animal activity.
Well, yeah, because like there's hiking trails and shit, which means that people are here often.
Right.
So
and
that kind of does a lot to keep the wildlife kind of at bay.
Yeah, and given that there's like more than nothing to see here, I feel like this is perhaps one of the more popular trails. So that's
in a place like this, I would expect the trails to be a bit of a to have more animal activity than normal because people leave food.
Yeah, I meant like big animals, not the small subsistence.
Bro, even bears will scrounge for food. I would not be.
Usually anything you leave out for them. And also the stuff you try not to leave out.
Yes.
Yeah, but all of this is patrolled by park rangers also. If there's
True.
a trail here, then that there are precautions taken. And also there's like
trails being patrolled by park rangers?
Well, yeah, because
what?
No, because
they don't even do that in national parks.
Okay, but this is right out by. Okay, first of all, this is Delum, which is important, and I can't articulate why. And two, yeah, this is all part of like a big reserve, and so they kind of have to upkeep and make sure that like trash and shit doesn't get dumped places, and there's no one else to do it because we're in the fucking middle of nowhere.
I'm just saying that would not happen nearly often enough to keep the animals away.
Yeah, but like this part of it, I feel like you don't have a lot of birds. There's like maybe a frog or some animal making noises that are slightly spooky because of echo inside the hole.
Oh yeah.
There's like a frog. There's one frog. It's loud. Yeah, and echoing inside the hole.
Like, one thing I can tell you is that is like at camp we have deers and bear on the property when we have 100 people in like a 1 square mile area. The animals don't care that much. But yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is, we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I think we get there and Milo's like, well, I mean it's not the most exciting place I've ever been, but better than nothing. And he probably brought like his backpack with all his recording equipment with him, and he kind of takes it off and starts shaking out like cameras and shit, and getting set up.
Cynthia probably is like, I'm gonna go find a place to sit and rest my old bone. Grandma's gonna go sit on a park bench while you have fun at the spooky hole. And just sort of that's
Is anyone else? We'll cut there to someone doing something.
Can I say that Afia is working in the ice cream shop today?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so
you're the one who writes the title.
Yeah. At work, Frank's gonna ask her like, okay, so you follow the whole like paranormal whatever on the internet, right?
Yeah, yeah, maybe. Why?
There's been something. There's been somebody poking around who's apparently like YouTube adjacent-ish. Name starts with like an M. I'm not sure if you've ever heard of someone like that.
Oh.
All right. People notice people poking around, and I was wondering if it was
Poking around where?
Just around, mostly over in Delham, so I don't know specifically.
Oh. Well, it's fucking stupid to be poking around in Delham. I don't know what there's in Delham.
Yeah. Guess woods. Maybe he just wants to go poke some trees.
It's a lose.
Besides, all the best ghosts are Granton, you know?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the newest ghost around here that you've been looking into?
New? I don't know about new. They're dead, aren't they? They're like old and shit.
Fair
right?
enough. But they get discovered sometimes, you know.
I think she she takes a moment to deal with a customer. Heel turns and goes, well, I personally think that Sal should go in the old spook house, but he's too much of a bitch to.
No.
And Sal, who is like stocking the freezer out back, goes, no, I'm just not suicidal, actually. And she just like rolls her eyes. And
Is the spook house something that Frank would have definitely heard of and know where it is? I feel like.
I mean, are you in touch with the like local folklore? Is that something Frank has an interest in?
I feel like he's talked to these teenagers enough to probably have heard.
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is like the first time, as far as I was aware, that like paranormal shit had come up at work. Other than, Affy's fondness for horror being fairly apparent from the like pins on her backpack. You know,
I just kind of figured it'd be something that would come up in conversation because there's not
as
much
more
else to
than the spook house or the Granton spook house, probably not.
Yeah, probably not more.
Because
than
they
that.
all know what they're talking about. They don't have to clue
Yeah.
you in.
Like, so, what is this spook house? You've been talking about it a lot, but you never actually explain what it is.
She looks at you like you're fucking stupid. It's a
Indulge me.
house, and it's haunted.
Well, no shit, Sherlock.
Well, what do you want from me? It's a spook house.
Nothing more interesting about it other than it's just the spooky house.
I mean, it's haunted by a ghost who died in it.
Oh, okay, yes, that describes about a third of the houses in town if you really think about it.
I wish.
But I'm assuming, by the way you're talking about, it's just one of those abandoned houses. I'm assuming there's a few of those.
There are, yeah. But, she's like, I mean, yeah, but it's, like, haunted.
Ah.
At least that's what they say. No one's been, brave enough to, or stupid enough to poke around.
Yeah, not sure why you would. That's... sounds like just a recipe for trouble because someone still probably technically owns it.
I don't know. I kind of want to know what's out there, you know?
Well, so long as you don't get yourself hurt. Like,
Oh, listen, I'm not going in it. I think Sal should go in it.
ah, yeah, that's the rational choice.
Ah, come on. He doesn't
That-
even do anything. I don't know why you pay him. He's disposable. I think
He's
he
stalking
should
the
at least go
freezer.
see if it's actually haunted.
Maybe if I ever get in touch with that, whoever it is that's poking around, probably into paranormal stuff, maybe we can send him in.
Yeah. But like don't let him fuck up the ghost or whatever. Cuz if it's like haunted,
There's no
I don't know. I think it's cool.
Alright. I think that's as far as that conversation.
Yeah, customers show up. She's gotta work the counter.
The ice cream shop continues being run.
It's an ice cream shop. I'd like to argue that Tom gets Mondays off work just because Sundays are like a lot.
You don't have to argue, and you can just say that.
Okay, I've said it. Tom doesn't work on Mondays, and I think he's curious at this point about new neighbors, so might just sort of like take a little bit of a stroll, not like a lot of a stroll because he can't do a lot of a stroll, but just sort of like I think Hector pointed vaguely in a direction, so just sort of like go
he
that
definitely
way.
like didn't. But also, I think you would probably know by this point that there's not like a house in Tom walking distance of your home.
Then he'll go on a little bit of a drive instead of a walk. And just like any like obvious cars that are like with Connecticut plates or like a move-in sign that says sold, or like it's just a cursory examination of can I tell where this man is living without having to like ask him.
I don't think you would notice anything in particular. Listen, I need you to understand that, like, driveways here are road equivalent. Like,
Okay.
You're not looking into parking lots at homes because you just can't see them. You live fairly close to the road. There are some people who do live fairly close to the road. You can see those ones, and they're there, but
It's not one of those.
This is not a coherent. This is not an all-encompassing view of the situation. Just so we're clear. So when I tell you you see nothing, like it was a stretch to begin with.
Okay. Yeah. I wasn't really expecting to get anything. I just well, I don't think Tom is inclined to do much more than that, because that would require like actively searching, and that's not something that he's doing. But just sort of, it's still like curious.
Anything else?
No, I don't. At least not like immediately after. Probably is like keeping an eye out the window, sitting in whatever the front room equivalent he has, and just like with the shades open, which isn't something that he usually does. Like, is he coming by again? What's up? I'm doing nothing better with my day.
Okay. Tom sits and looks out a window for several hours. Milo and Cynthia, how's it going?
I'm enjoying my afternoon. I have found a nice spot to sit. There's like a log. Would there even be a bench out here?
I mean, probably. This seems like a picnic spot, you know.
It feels like a picnic spot.
They keep it mowed, you know. It's sort of a.
It's very grassy. There's like a solid ring of grass before you get back into the forest again.
Yeah.
Cynthia's found her spot.
Milo's walking around a hill live on stream.
What does that look like?
Yeah, probably just him fucking around. Honestly, probably just kind of turns into him, like, rambling towards, like, the two viewers he has about, like, how there's nothing in Delum.
Shout out to our two viewers. Love you very much.
Milo does.
Hey, we have 6 viewers. We're doing better than
Okay,
Milo.
how many of them are people
That's
on
my
this call?
We're doing better than Milo.
Hey, I'm pretty sure at least 3 of them are us.
So,
6 is
Shout
good.
out to our three viewers. I love you very much.
all everyone who's watching. Thank you for being.
Don't
way to
forget to follow, subscribe.
Don't forget to like and subscribe.
use Twitch Prime. You get one free 3-month subscription.
Do not subscribe to this channel. Don't do it.
No, do it, cowards.
I could.
Not
I
worth
technically don't subscribe because you get it through Amazon.
Subscribe with Twitch Prime. Do we have any
get
primers in chat? Anyway.
I hate it here. Anyway.
So, Cynthia, yeah, Milo's pacing around talking to himself.
I'm sure this is part of the video recording that he's doing.
Yeah, I think your closest, like, actual equivalent is probably like, oh, he has a radio show. Like...
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's sort of like, I mean, it's clearly some sort of video media, right?
Yeah, it's like a television broadcast, but also, like, he doesn't have cameras.
Yeah, I think she's sort of under the impression that this is pre-recording and then showing it to people later.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Cynthia really understands that this is live.
Because you'd need more equipment than this. Like,
Yeah. Even then, it's like not a lot of equipment for recording video, you know? That's an awful small camera. There's not even any, like, film reel.
Yeah.
But apparently that's what he used. That's what he said. So we're sitting on a bench and keeping a close eye on Milo from a distance.
And here we see the Milo in his natural habitat.
Cynthia probably has like a knitting trick she brought with.
What you working on?
A sweater for a child, like a baby.
Cool.
It's a secret, so it's a great place to work on out of the eyes of the knitting club. It's supposed to be a surprise.
Ooh. All right. So that's what y'all are up to.
Oh, little hat too. There's a little baby hat as well.
That goes
It looks
with
like.
it. Cute. All right. So, anyone have any big steps to take? Any big time jumps to take? Any upsets?
We have a spooky man. We have two of those.
Spooky.
But
You are.
You just keep saying things. I don't. Why are they spooky now?
what are they spooky?
They're
Listen,
not
because
spooky. They just
they're
exist.
not spooky.
I
They're
gave
just
Tom a friend and alluded to a second person in the bed of breakfast, and now they're both ghosts.
here. Yep.
Hector is
Get a
just
spooky
a guy.
laugh.
You
Hector's
gotta laugh.
just a guy. He wears
name
a
is Hector.
sweater.
His name
Because
is
he's
Hector.
spooky.
He wears green. He must be evil.
If he wears chartreuse, he must be dead.
Okay, honestly, it is kind of spooky that he wears a sweater in August. That's kind of weird.
Okay, listen.
I'll grant you the sweater in
Sometimes
August.
people
That's strange.
have bad taste in fashion, and that's on them.
Okay,
Tom's wearing a sweater in the splash art. I don't know what we're on about.
yeah.
Okay. They're sweater buddies. Okay, whatever. So, Milo, I don't know that maybe you do find something spooky. I'm intrigued.
I mean, I would assume not.
Okay. We're on the same page then.
Yeah. No, I think Milo comes out of that experience a little dejected, but
Aw.
Poor man.
But there's lunch waiting for him.
he has to eat it with the weird old lady that keeps dragging him around.
And it's all vegetables.
Yeah.
SMHing my head.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that probably happened. I don't know.
Yeah, you guys sit down for a nice lunch. It's cripplingly awkward. Because-
Despite some best attempt.
It's cripplingly awkward, and I feel like at this point you two don't even have a lot to talk about, so it's just
Yeah.
worse. Because you can't make small talk with Milo like you can everybody else. Because you don't,
Yeah.
like, he doesn't,
I don't
and
know.
he doesn't want to talk to you either, so,
Right.
that passes in sufficient misery. And then I imagine you two part ways unless
Yeah.
there are other plans.
Something.
I will point out that it is quite warm out at this point in the day, so perhaps we go seek more temperate areas of the world than a field
Mhm.
in late August.
Well, yeah. We head back, I think. And well, I don't know. It's probably like late afternoon, like 4-ish. I would say. I don't know what else Cynthia has on her agenda.
Does Milo have anything on his agenda?
I don't think so.
Alright, well then it sounds like you two just both head on home. I think probably a couple days pass fairly uneventfully.
Yeah.
The week happens as it is wont to do. Though I am interested to see if anybody with things to follow up on has any follow-upping on to follow up on.
Yeah, I think on Tuesday when Tom gets into work, he's probably gonna just sort of casually ask Tammy, who like is ever in the front of the store, if they've seen anybody matching Hector's description.
I don't think Tammy works the front of the store. It's kind of a rotating cast of like teenage hires that kind of come and go as they get caught like smoking in the break room, you know. But the kid
Whoever's
on duty
like
is like,
working.
what? No.
Yeah.
Also, why are you here and talking with me? Like this never happens. But I mean, you're also asking a cashier if they noticed anybody of a strange description.
Yeah.
No, and they never will.
And you'd be
And by
more
strange, I mean was wearing a chartreuse sweater. Like, except for presumably he changes clothes.
I don't know, probably halfway through that, Tom realizes exactly how useful this is going to be. And it's just sort of like,
Yeah, and the kid's just looking
well,
at
this
you
is how
like,
I decided to spend my like first 5 minutes of my shift. All right, have fun at the like counter. I'm gonna go hide in the shelves.
yeah, you can catch the eye roll in your peripheral vision as you
I'm sure.
creep back into the darkness of
my experience.
down the aisles.
My experience has been very much, if someone does something weird, you'll remember that. You won't remember anyone else, though.
Yeah.
You don't remember people.
And especially where like, it's kids. They're, you know, going out to high school. They don't even really have a concept of who a regular would be, and they also don't care enough to learn.
He's also just some dude named Hector. He's just some guy.
Have you seen someone who's kind of tall, with dark hair, sort of tan, has glasses? You've described, like, 80% of the population in late summer. Like,
Tom is trying. Not very hard or very well, but making it a
Cynthia's attending to her business. I feel like knitting club happens on like Wednesdays.
yeah.
She's there for that.
Head over to the Grange.
Head over to the Grange.
Somebody
Get,
brings cookies. You won't talk shit for a couple hours.
check in on Tom. Make sure he's still functioning.
I'm working at the grocery store.
Make sure Milo is eating any amount of vegetables at all.
Milo, she just keeps showing up.
Cynthia
feel
probably like also during one of those trips, maybe see if she can get a couple more vibes on Basement Man who doesn't actually live in the basement. Like, or if she like runs into him at all.
I mean, he's definitely out and about because you like the car is there the van's there sometimes and it's also not there sometimes. But you don't he's never really out, you know? Like you never catch him in the transition point. He definitely keeps weird hours.
Weird hour. I feel like Cynthia also probably tries to have a second look at that van.
At the what?
At the van.
Oh. How so?
What's the... I mean, it's mostly like business van, so it's... What's the vibe here? We've already sort of like looked at it, and we're not breaking into it. Obviously.
Weak sauce.
Listen, I'm not here to do crimes yet.
True.
That's for later.
Crimes
When
are
it's
for
not-
next session.
Yeah. Or just not the first. I gotta know it's worth doing crimes before I do. What's the vibe?
Does it have any distinctive dust on it?
I don't know. Yeah, I think again, we're mostly trying to sort of get a scope without disturbing it as much as possible. Looking at it mostly from the outside.
So kind of similar to what you did last time.
Yeah.
You can roll poke around, but I need an angle.
Yes.
I feel like soul is still fairly appropriate. I think this is still Cynthia being like,
Who is this?
I have to care about this because I don't know what's going on. You know. That feels right.
This is Cynthia trying to get a vibe on the first people. All right, that's 8, which on an 8 means I pick one still.
Yeah.
But this time I want to know what's being hidden or obscured here.
So I think you take probably a pretty similar approach to last time. You know, take a peek through the windshield. It's much the same. Maybe a little dirtier, you know, a couple more booze bottles. Some like scraps of paper that have been kind of curled. And you know, those same briefcases, though they're now in a little bit more disarray. The one in the center of the pile isn't like latched, but it is, you know, shut. The one on the top is latched, but you can see that some of its contents was shut in the case and is sticking out. And that contents, or at least this particular piece of contents, is an otherwise crumpled $100 bill.
That sounds like crimes. That's that's the kind of thing that's a crime briefcase. There's no other way around that. It's a crime briefcase. You don't have a briefcase full of money if you're not doing crime.
Listen, let this man sell drugs. It's fine. Does this area even have a bank?
I mean, if you want to drive like an hour and a half east.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Money.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
And sometimes you just have to sell drugs.
I think we're just gonna see that's like we're not trying to do any like theft here, so
Okay.
we're gonna leave it be. I'm not trying to steal the money. I don't want them. I want to meet the person.
If you stay at the B&B for enough time.
Yeah, if I just stay awake for 20 straight at age several,
Yeah, you know.
which will go fine. You know. No, I think we'll hold off on poking any further for now. But just sort of make a mental note in the back of the head, like, hey, there may actually be something going on.
Ooh.
And maybe sort of make a idea that, hey, maybe I should swing by and drop off some casserole at some point. Because this person has been doing great, obviously, hell because of all the alcohol bottles in the car. And also the one appearance we've had thus far.
Doing great.
So, yeah. I think that's sort of where Cynthia lands on this one.
Yeah, that's a good place to land. Alright, at this point, I'm going to formally request a very quick break.
Cool, yeah.
So,
Okie dokie.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw up our fun little...
It's so fancy.
Yeah.
It's
We
very
have-
fancy.
Wait, what was that?
Just
Ooh.
We'll be right back. And by that, I mean I will be right back. hold down the fort for me. Talk to chat, whoever's in it.
All right. So,
I'll put you back.
listen up. I'm the DM now.
This is Happy's show.
Helen isn't here, probably, and cannot stop me. We're doing crimes and breaking into that van.
I think that's a great plan.
I think it would be convenient if they just so happened to leave the door unlocked,
Yeah.
and we could just walk in and take all the money, vanish into the countryside. No one will ever know or care.
This is the place where you go to vanish the countryside.
We'll find a different. We're gonna move to Connecticut, down south.
It's just tell Milo that there's ghosts in the van and he'll probably break it open for you.
That would be exploiting the youth, which is wrong, and also make me a hypocrite for yelling at Frank Smith all the time. No, we do crimes the old-fashioned, with a crowbar. And a key card cracker, that's important. Crime get-ups, that's important, especially if you're like an elderly professor who just wears a suit all the time. You gotta have a ski mask at least. What else do you need to do crime? Explosives that don't work or shouldn't work but do, always a plus. You gotta try not to get anyone's legs melted off. A little bit risky. Backup. Just do crime.
You just start committing crime.
Make it a whole thing. Get all your friends. Like, make it a crime party. Celebrate. Get some barbecue, and break into some random person. That is something we could do. Okay,
Let's
well,
go blow up one of the buildings and tell them. Like old times.
try not to kill anyone if you
Full stop.
can.
Yeah, maybe
No,
no.
it's alright.
What other crime supplies do we need?
For what?
Doing crime.
Mm.
Done.
Sounds like crime supply.
It's maybe not super helpful if you don't actually know how to use one, but gone.
Yeah, but then you could like shoot it into the sky and be like, scatter.
Ooh.
Yeah, guns are too loud.
And then that makes you feel cool.
What are the you gotta have Salvador Dali mask.
Yep.
It's really a look, honestly, better than the whole ski mask getup. Much more fashionable. Also protects your face from being seen, so the cops can't get you
Unless you're dumb as shit.
unless you're dumb as shit and kill someone like an idiot. Hi, welcome back, Helen. We're not doing crime.
Oh,
Really not doing crime.
Thank
Love
goodness.
We
That's
would never do
illegal.
crime.
Hey y'all.
And we're back.
Yeah, we're mossing.
We're mossing.
Mossy.
There it is. So, where did we leave off?
Cynthia looked at a van.
That did
Yep.
happen.
We were vaguely in the middle of a week happens.
Yes. Well, is anything else happening?
I kind of feel like Frank spends most of his week just kind of like resolving disputes between his ruffians.
Yeah, Afsha and Sal can really get at each other sometimes. It's, it's sometimes you have to send one of them out back to like restock the freezer or something, you know.
So that they don't actively stab each other.
Yeah. There are no sharp objects in this building, but sometimes the way Afia clenches that like ice cream scooper, you get worried, you know.
Well, I'm sure there's at some point where she's brandished like the mixing part of the blender at him.
Yeah.
The one sharp object.
Yup.
Does Frank Smith do milkshakes?
He probably does like vaguely blended things, like maybe Blizzard style blended things, you know. Some milkshakes probably, because why not? Extra menu, it's so easy. You just own a blender.
Hey guys, put the blender. It's not hard.
Yeah, pretty much.
Week is
No.
progressing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Milo might get a bit more ambitious with his woods wandering. I think this man is starting to get annoyed.
I'm curious. Does Milo ever stop by the ice cream shop?
Well, this is a good cut.
I mean, probably a little bit more infrequently now.
But I just want him to show up once.
Yeah, no, he'll probably show up on like a hot day.
Milo, how obvious is it that you're that YouTuber kid from out of town?
I mean, I feel like you'd probably like notice a fresh face, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you're working there every day.
Yeah. So Frank, I guess we'll probably ask you like, hey, are you that like YouTuber, whatever, kid, not from around here?
No.
No.
Cynthia's been talking shit.
Cynthia's probably been talking a little bit of shit, like just a little.
But only to
you know?
Knitting Club, though.
Yeah, definitely not to the likes of Frank Smith.
No, we're just like, if Milo asks, Cynthia will be like, "Oh, I don't recommend the ice cream place." But
yeah, no, Milo was like, yeah.
So what is that thing?
Sorry, what do you mean?
But you're getting dragged into the "what do you do for a living" conversation that you had to have with Cynthia again.
sorry, Milo.
Like, you upload the videos to YouTube, and I guess people watch them. What do you make videos about to be interesting?
Well, I mean, I do. You know, a bit of exploration. I like to kind of poke around old spots. Some.
Right, this spook house.
So yeah, I guess there's a lot of abandoned houses around here that you can go. But I would recommend against poking around random houses. People don't take kindly to that, so I'd be careful. Sounds like not the safest line of work.
I mean, they usually don't have people in them.
Oh, fair enough.
So, you know, they don't.
Some of my employees have been talking about like this spook house across town. It's apparently haunted.
I mean, do you have an address?
Insert address. I'm gonna say Frank got it at some point.
I want to see Milo have to work it out. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, no. Frank doesn't have the address. He's like, hold on, and calls over. Let's see. Benno hasn't been on screen yet. Let's pull him in. Like, hey, Benno, come over here. So,
Yeah, boss.
Afia was talking about the like spook house. Do you know where that is?
I'm. Yeah, but also no.
Well, that's not very specific.
Well, it's just like the only time we really found it, we were just kind of fucking around in the messing around in the woods.
It's okay, Benno. It's okay. Don't worry.
Well,
about
yeah,
it.
no, but the point is that I guess I don't really know what road it's on or anything.
So you had no idea where you were.
Well, I mean, I knew we were in the woods. Like, you can't get too lost. But we just kind of. It was like, you know, you hear the stories and then you see the house and you're like, that's probably the spook house, you know?
Okay. So, yeah, that. Sorry, I guess what was your name again? Talking to Milo. This time.
Benno.
Employee that I hired. What are you called?
What's your name, employee that I hired?
It's me. I do that. That's
What's your name?
Oh, Milo.
Oh, well, there you have it. There's a spook house apparently somewhere off, and probably not too far from here.
I mean, there's a lot of woods around here.
Yeah, there is. So, I mean, if you're trying to find it, best of luck. Try not to wander onto anybody's private property, as that will probably not be the best of ideas. Anyway, here's your ice cream. I feel like this conversation has been going on while Frank has like not been paying attention and just making ice cream on instinct.
Milo did not get what Milo ordered.
No, Milo got exactly what he ordered to the T. Frank's been doing this for 30 years.
That's true, that's true.
Alternatively, Frank's just been holding the ice cream this entire time, and it's just been melting.
Frank's more professional than that. If you work here for 30 years, you master the art of making dumb conversation while making ice cream.
True.
So Milo, there you go. You now know about a spook house.
There's one of them. Sure exists.
Somewhere in the woods. One of them.
One of them.
Somewhere.
go find it.
Have fun.
Wander until you find a house that looks appropriately spooky. This will go wrong. Not at all. No way.
This goes wrong 0% of the time.
I feel like in most like small towns, most houses just look spooky, like even if they're inhabited.
I think, Frank, afterwards, probably towards the end of the shift, Benno, like, comes up to you and is like, so, do you, like, need the spook house for something?
No, that guy Milo was like looking into ghosts and whatever for his YouTube channel, so
Right.
figured if there was a ghost I could point him in that direction. Why? Why do you ask?
Well, just because I don't really think anyone should probably go in there. You know.
Oh, probably not, I agree, but
Well, no, it's just like this, it's the spook house. So it's got like the hole in the floor.
there's a hole in the floor.
Well, yeah. So that's how you know. What, did you think we just like picked a random house that was the spook? No. It was this like it had the hole in the floor and everything.
The other two implied that they hadn't been inside.
Well, none of us went inside. We just looked in the windows.
Oh.
I wasn't supposed. Fuck. Anyway, I gotta go. My brother, and he leaves.
Have fun. Frank to himself, Jesus Christ, these idiots are gonna get themselves killed.
So. Tom, what you up to?
Is this still the like week? Or
It's whatever it is, okay?
It's a time.
Well, okay, when did this conversation just now happen? Probably Wednesday, Thursday?
Yeah, literally whenever Milo shows up for ice cream. That was the triggering event of that conversation.
So there's your approximate timeline.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think Tom is mostly just he's sort of waiting for Hector to like find his way back over into this side of the neighborhood because Tom doesn't have any real like he's not gonna go driving down random strangers' driveway.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good way to like
Get shot.
yeah, that doesn't sound like a good idea at all. So he's just like going to work and like cooking with Nova and just like hanging out.
Cool.
Doing what he usually does except keeping an eye on the window.
Milo, what you up to?
I mean, he's heard of a spook house. Does he know where the spook house is? No. I mean, did you get like any sort of like indication like of a location?
Not that I recall. I don't
Yeah,
even
no.
think that
Yeah.
Frank specified it was in Granton, which is something that Frank
Yeah.
knows.
Frank said it's like can't be too far from here.
And those words mean all sorts to Milo, who knows here.
I mean, there are people you can talk to. You know who knows about the spook house.
Yeah, you can show up back at the ice cream shop if you want more information about the spook house.
Yeah, I think Milo, like the next day, might stop by for ice cream again.
Alright.
Back to the hole again.
Our hooligans on staff today are actually Afia and Benno. I just rolled a d4 twice.
This is the best way to do it, because it's also probably how Frank schedules things, is just like a dartboard.
I'm pretty sure how he does it is he just like puts up the hours that need to be filled, tells them, hey, names need to be on here or start putting your names on for you, and they sign up themselves.
Yeah, and it's completely fucking random. None of them have extracurriculars. Look at who we're talking about.
So yeah, they're here. Those are the two most experienced ones, so Frank's probably like filling in the next week's ice cream order in the back right now. And they're manning the front.
So there you go. Milo, you come in. There are two older teens managing the counter. There's probably not many other people there, but
Yeah, So I think Milo might just come up to the counter and be like, so sorry, I'm from out of town, but I was here the other day and I heard about a spook house.
I feel like looks up from like wiping down the counter and is like, who wants to know?
They, I think I was just like, well, I'm a paranormal investigator of sorts.
Afia tries really hard not to look impressed. She doesn't quite succeed, but she tries really fucking hard. Well, I'm something of a local folklore expert. So, I guess maybe, do you have a move that might facilitate this interaction? Because this sounds like listen in.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you have it.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So.
And for the record, you're rolling with your town standing.
Okay. That was a... Yeah. That was a 7.
7. On a 7 to 9, they demand information in return. On a hit, they tell you what they know, that their information might be biased or off topic. Okay. She leans in over the counter, and kind of like looks you up and down, and is like, so what do you want to do there, exactly?
I mean, I do live streams.
Live streams of what?
Like paranormal investigation kind of stuff. Go in and poke around, get some footage.
Okay, but not like ghost busting or anything like that.
No, mess again.
Because I happen to be the president of the... Sorry, I can't say that with a straight face. Okay, hold on. I had to break character. I have to... Okay. Because I happen to be president of the Granton Paranormal Preservation Society. Fuck.
You created this. It's your own dang fault.
And so I can't be complicit in any anti-ghost endeavors.
Yeah, no, I just take pictures and leave.
She nods approvingly. Alright.
No ghost busting for you. Not allowed.
So, listen. Not too far north of here. Pretty far north of here. Alright, if I'm being honest. And it's a hike. There's a rickety old house. And the story goes that someone lived there. And at this point, Benno sticks his head up to the front counter and goes, "Are we telling the ghost house story? I love the ghost house story."
Someone lived.
And after goes, "Yes, Benno, I'm telling the ghost house story. Just shut up, okay? Let me tell it." Yeah. Okay. So there was this rickety house, right? Rickety old house, and someone lived there. and one day they died. And
Shocker.
no one really knows how or why or whatever. I think at least I don't really, but like the story goes that there's a big hole in the floor, right? And and whoever was living in it, they fell in the hole and died, and now they haunt the Granton spook house forevermore. And she like sits back pretty smug and proud of herself, and Benno just fucking is like clapping and shit. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I think at this point Milo has gotten pretty excited. His spirits have been lifted once again. But
I think Frank hears the clapping and literally just walks out of the back clapping, going like, "Hey, what are we clapping for?"
Thank you, Frank.
But I think Milo like looks at the kids and is like, okay, but can you show me like where it is on like Google Maps or something? like or give me some more concrete directions.
Listen. Okay. First of all, we're not supposed to have been there technically. And second of all, we kind of just found it. So like,
That's not super helpful.
well, listen, it's not my fault. we were just out, you know, walking. And we found the spook house.
I think Frank kind of like leans on the counter next to Effie and is like, "So why were you technically not supposed to have been there?"
Well, 'cause it's like falling down and stuff, you know.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
that's like dangerous. I mean, it's haunted. There's ghosts. Also, we might have snuck out. So it was kind of late, and you know.
Yeah, I know.
But mostly the first thing.
Yeah. The whole old building can collapse on you at any moment.
That's what I'm saying. It's old. It's rickety.
So you just gotta find it, is what you're saying.
I mean, I guess.
Can you like point in a direction? Like really anything.
Geez, I don't know. We went and got Caitlin. I don't know, up north, I guess. Not like all the way to the ridge north, but kind of north-ish. You know.
So kinda north.
Or maybe it was west.
Well, that's not very specific.
It was dark out. I'm not taking my compass around with me. We were in the woods.
Jeez, lucky you didn't get lost. Listen, if you're gonna sneak out into the woods, at least do it properly.
Hey, I'm here and I showed up for shift the next day, so I don't want to
Yeah,
hear it
fair
from
enough.
you.
Yep.
You know how difficult it'd be for me to find a new employee if it had to say my old employee died in the woods. It'd be bad for PR.
You wouldn't have to find a new employee. I'd just come work as a ghost.
Are you really that determined to work here? that it would keep you here after death. I don't believe that.
Well,
This is
no,
an
but
ice
it
cream
would give me a
shop.
good excuse to mess with you.
Fair enough. What are you gonna do? Commit fraud with my taxes?
Sure.
I'm gonna lock you in the freezer.
Okay, you've already done that. You don't need to be a ghost to do that.
and you won't get out though. And then you'll die a horrible, painful death, and then you can haunt the ice cream place.
Listen, if someone was gonna haunt the ice cream place, it would have been Bartholomew Edwards IV, but he apparently
Oh,
couldn't.
this guy again.
Listen, he died like 2 feet from where you're standing, but he didn't come back as a ghost.
Probably because he was like an old bitch man.
I
An
mean,
old
correct.
man.
He was like 102.
Ugh.
It's not a stream.
When I get old, I want someone that would just put me out of my misery. If I hit 40, just call it quits.
Frank visibly winces at that one. Like, hey, 40's not that old. 40
Are you
is
kidding
when
me?
you're getting
You got
into
1 foot in the grave already. You're like halfway there.
40 is when you're in the prime of your life.
Whatever you need to tell yourself, pal. And then I was like, "Oh, come on, Af, you know, be nice. He's getting up there, you know. You're not supposed to tell old people they're old."
Frank probably like grumbles for a bit and is like, "Anyways, Milo, sorry for that. Apparently this one gestures vaguely in Effie's direction is not very good with direction."
I mean, at least I know something's out there that isn't trees.
Well, I could have told you that for nothing.
Milo, are you?
Yeah. I don't know. Milo gets his ice cream.
I think as you turn to kind of like leave, Afia goes, wait, hold on. So you're ghosts. You're an investigator, like a photographer. Would you be interested in maybe some sort of membership with the Granton Paranormal Preservation Society? I made pins.
They are good pins.
Shut up! I'm networking. You.
I'm helping.
You just have to like swear the oath. I won't even make you to do the blood oath version. And at this point, Benno goes, "Wait, he doesn't have to do the blood oath version."
Frank's eyes go wide, and then he just goes, I don't.
And Av is still talking though. She's like, "Yeah, no, it's fine. You just have to take the oath. You get the pin. All you gotta do is promise not to like hurt the ghosts. That's all. That's it. That's the whole. Please. The only members are me and Benno, and Sal just keeps making fun of me for it. This would give me a way to tell him to shove it up his ass, you know? You know, but whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, wait. And she scurries into the back.
I think Frank now has to like step us to the side and start helping another customer that's come in the meantime.
Yeah, no, and she comes back with a like a little like handmade safety pin that just has GPP on it and like Sharpie like Alright, so once you take the oath, you have to promise to never take the pin off. You wear it as a badge of honor. You wear it with pride. Okay, are you ready to take the oath? You just gotta repeat after me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Put your hand on your heart. Okay, now repeat after me. I, Milo, whatever the fuck your last name is.
Milo, whatever the fuck my last name is.
No, you're supposed to say your last name. Jesus Christ. I mean, cheese and crackers. Okay, just start over. I, Milo, whatever your last name is,
Milo McCreary,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to do all in my power
to do all in my power
to protect the supernatural residents of this town
protect the supernatural residents of this town
for as long as I should live.
for as long as I should live.
Cool. And then normally, we'd prick your finger and do the blood oath and that, but we don't have to do that part. Cool. Welcome to the society.
I'm glad to be here.
Yes. Oh, also there is a $20 joining fee.
There it is.
So you can do that in payments.
I think Milo will give them whatever change he has from his from his ice cream order, and then he's like, I'll get the rest to you later.
You better, or I'm gonna send Benno after you. And that's how Milo became a member of the Granton Paranormal Preservation Society.
I support that wholeheartedly.
Kellen, tell me this. Was this your entire goal this session, to get Milo to join the Paranormal Preservation Society?
No, I improv'd that entire thing. It didn't exist before now.
I love it so much. I'm just...
You're not supposed to make me pull down the curtain while we're on stream. To any viewers we have, to redact that from your memory. I plan everything. It's all under control. Alright. So... anyone else got anything for me? What's next? What's next on the agenda?
I am really tempted to try to break into that van without entering into that van.
I would love to see you try.
Listen, this man is clearly having problem.
And that justifies committing
Crime.
a literal, actual crime.
It doesn't. You have a point. He has money in his car. Why would you leave the money in the car? Take it into your room so it won't get stolen when you leave. The fact that it's money obvious.
The bed and breakfast in the middle of the fucking wilderness is not typically the place one would affiliate with.
Bears crave capitalism.
I like that also break into man's car came before talk to man. You've not held a conversation with him yet, and you know where he lives.
That seems like actually a reasonable next step. Now that you mention, talking to people is the thing that Cynthia likes doing. So
So roleplay your character.
we're gonna do that. Yeah, Cynthia, I think, again, does the thing where she checks on Milo about twice as often, or maybe a lot more than Milo would really like, which is like every couple of days at this point. I feel like, Milo seems kind of chill at the moment. I mean, I gotta keep an eye on it. I feel like Cynthia's sort of just like sort of trying to low key ask Milo, like, how's your ghost hunting been? That sort of stuff.
Well, I joined the Granton Paranormal Preservation Society. About $20, but I got a cool pin.
Milo also. Oh, sorry. You can go.
Yeah, I think we're gonna stop by Basement Man's first story room that is not in the basement.
I feel like at this point, Beth Lawrence, proprietor of the establishment, has kind of just accepted that you're here now, and is just doing her best to make sure you don't, like, actually upset her paying customers. But given that that Milo seems to be okay with your presence and hasn't, like, complained about it yet, you're probably fine. She does not have a beat on the situation. But, yeah, I think it takes a little while, but you definitely do at some point manage to, like, get this guy just as he's leaving.
That, or like, I can knock on the door. I will do that.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, you knock on the door and he opens it with as he opens it with the intention of not being here anymore. You can kind of infer this because he's buttoned his shirt correctly. He is wearing a jacket over it, like a suit jacket, and he's got his he's got his pince nez on. It's a look, and his wild salt and pepper hair has kind of just been. It's slightly more coherent, but really isn't than it was when he emerged from the depths all those days ago. And he kind of he does a thing where he like blinks because there's a person in front of him. That's not supposed to happen. Who the fuck are you? What's going on?
Hi, I hope
he
you're
does
well.
smell vaguely of alcohol.
We're doing. Pleasure to meet you. Sorry to disturb your evening. My name is Cynthia. I've sort of been. I live around here. I'm over in Granton. I like.
Yeah,
just.
Can we cut to the chase, or?
I like getting to know the visitors. People who stop by town. Also, I noticed that you had some things unsecured in your car that would probably be best secured. Just
are you with the cops?
No,
Okay.
Absolutely.
And you're poking around. What about my car? Did I forget to lock the fucking door again?
No.
So what are you doing in my car?
I've been out here a lot, just checking in on another friend, a new friend, been staying in, and it's sort of like
Haven't answered
caught
the
my
question
eye
yet,
one time.
Toots.
It caught my eye, and it just looked like the kind of something someone might steal. Might I get your name?
Maybe at some point. You haven't earned it yet.
Fair enough.
So you were looking in my van, and you saw.
Again, caught a glimpse of a closed briefcase.
Uh-huh.
That, or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Anyway,
So I should secure my briefcase, is what you're saying.
it seems you may have not done the best job of packing correctly. Again, I'm
Money!
to look out for your
This is a
interest.
money thing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So it is a money thing. Listen, I'm good for it, alright? Fuck, thank Christ, it's not the
You
truth.
got the money. Okay. Why do you...
Yeah,
What's-
yeah, money, yeah. I mean...
I don't want your money.
No,
Please.
yeah, no, I'm not fucking giving you my money. I need that shit for work.
I'm not... I don't know. We've been talking to recently. I can assure you I am in no way affiliated.
What?
Mostly I'm a little bit concerned for your just status here as a person who exists in
Listen,
this...
listen. All right, don't gotta get your bloomers in a twist here. I'm just passing through, making a bit of cash, heading for greener pastures. You know, I'm a free spirit. Don't stick around places long.
And at this point, like, as far as I'm aware, been in town for like, what, a week-ish?
Yeah.
Is this enough? Would I would count this as like reaching out to establish an emotional connection with someone vulnerable?
I guess it depends on how you go about it. I don't know if I consider this particular character especially vulnerable, but I don't think it would take much to make him feel vulnerable. But I don't know if that vulnerability would support an emotional connection.
Right.
So it's I guess I would need more information.
All right. I'm just seeing if I can like try pulling empath here.
Yeah, I don't really.
We'll keep talking. Where were we?
Because I think the idea of vulnerable in that move is that you're like
Yeah.
someone who is
Pulling
not going
whatever.
to like resist basically your attempt to reach them.
Mhm.
I feel like
Yeah.
this guy absolutely would do that.
Where were we in this conversation?
Listen, I appreciate the concern. I really, you know, sticking your nose in other people's business. Do your thing. I have work to do today. So if you don't mind, I would like to take my leave.
Where do you work around
You're
here?
still talking. Well, options are slim, but considering I don't feel like driving to anywhere that counts as civilization right now, mostly the bingo hall.
Bingo.
Yeah.
We have a bingo hall? 'Cause I feel like if we had a bingo hall, that Cynthia would be there.
Yeah, well, if you would know about the bingo hall. You didn't have to be incredulous there.
Sorry, that was me.
Yeah,
Out of
yeah,
a little
no,
bit.
you there's a bingo hall in Granton. Magnolia Height is a frequent flyer.
This is reminding
She
me
doesn't
that
win anything, but you know.
Magnolia is always bothering me to get out there more. I really should. It's a nice place.
It's a place. Anyway.
I'm of course, hoping they're supporting you well in your stay here. I mean,
You haven't
your
kicked
work.
me out yet, so I'd say they're doing pretty good.
You know, I'll do and cry. God. Are you obviously? You're not from around here, given that you're staying here. But God, where are you from? Where do you call home?
What part of I'm a free spirit did went over
The
the
van
old
parked out.
tet? I guess I'm technically from Cali.
Fair enough.
Technically.
I
It's been a hot
Friend.
minute since I've been there, but you know.
No, I get
At
it.
this point, he like lights a cigarette.
If we could avoid smoking indoors, that would be great. This is a nice building.
Well, I was planning on leaving, but you have elected to continue this conversation.
I think Cynthia's gonna like start walking into towards the door.
Yeah.
It's like, let's not burn down this building.
Yeah.
Please.
You guys get outside. I think this is progress as far as he's concerned. So
Progress.
he like leans on the hood of his van.
Hot second since Cynthia doesn't use the phrase a hot second.
Second time you've tried.
This is the second. It's part of my vocabulary. Okay, I'm trying.
It's been some time.
It's been some trying. Well, listen, I understand you're busy, of course. We all have our own lives. And I'll let you get out to it. But, I mean, as long as you're in town, I am more than happy to, if you need anything, just give me a call.
Anything like what?
It depends. I mean, I am a great cook, or so I hear. I just know the surroundings and the town and the people in it very well. If you're
Cool. I
looking,
was worried it was a sex thing. He opens the passenger door, fumbles open one of the briefcases, and like starts like thumbing through the cash inside. And holy fucking shit, is there cash inside? The open door is kind of between you and a view of the interior, but you can see that. And he goes, yeah, see? No one touched this shit.
yeah. Where are you headed? Got any plans after this? Got any plans? I mean, while you're in town? Can I read between the lines?
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know if I'll necessarily get anything out of it, but probably worth it. But we get weight. They want to know. I get. That's numbers, right? That's 13.
13?
11.
Oh, I did not ask what your angle was.
Oh, right. We didn't ask for the approach here. What is Cynthia's approach here?
I mean, brains feels like it would be appropriate.
Yeah. Trying to figure
Like,
out what.
he's not giving her much to work with, and this form of question asking is mostly trying to prod information out of him strategically.
Yeah. So it's an 11,
Cool.
which is still good, which means I get.
On a
more
10 plus,
hold.
hold 3.
Like-
Spend holds to ask
This
the
is like
questions.
This is like the what are you planning question.
Yeah.
We're starting.
So, what is he planning, like, after or during his stay?
Yeah, during the stay here,
Yeah.
basically.
I'm planning to keep on keeping on and get the fuck out as soon as it becomes comfortable to do so. Trust me, lady, neither of us wants me here. Besides, bingo hall's paying out pretty good at the moment, so I can afford the stay.
But not ready to leave town quite.
Nah.
Just comfortable? Or are you worried anything will happen?
Yeah, I'm worried the feds are gonna come bust my ass. Is that what you want me to say? No, listen. I pissed off some people. They don't know where I am right now. I'm feeling pretty good about that arrangement. How about that? You don't get good in my line of work without upsetting some people who have lots of money.
All right. And I don't know if I got your name, or whatever pseudonym
You did.
you use.
I don't need a fucking pseudonym.
Figure that out.
Why do I look like a controversial author?
A little bit.
What
Little
do you
bit,
need my
you know.
name for? You know where I am. If you wanted to report me to your favorite local police officer, you could do it. Don't know what for.
I mean, I just would like to have something to call. It's a little
You
awkward.
plan on
Not.
talking about me that much? Didn't know I made such a good impression.
I figure I'll drop by the bingo hall at least at some point.
I wouldn't recommend that. Costs money
Wow.
to get in, and you won't be leaving with any.
You should tell that to I have two names. I don't remember his name.
Are you looking for Magnolia? Maggie would
Yeah,
probably be
Magnolia.
how you refer to her. Well, listen, okay, Ray, if we told all the rubes that, there'd be no money to win. You can't tell them they're gonna lose. But since you took a vested interest in my well-being, I figured I'd return the favor.
I appreciate that. I really do. Wow. I have already taken up more of your evening than I'm sure you had
much
hoped.
of it, just so much of it.
So I will let you be on your way.
Yeah. Jones,
I don't know.
by the way. Maddox.
Joan?
Jones.
Joan. Name is Cynthia.
Sure it is. Sure it is. And I'm not a criminal. Just a professional. And with that,
I never
he
mean to
hops
imply
in his big van,
crime man.
revs the images, revs the engine a couple of times, like leans over and crank rolls down the window closest to you, and is like, gambler, professional, gambler,
Professional gambler. Maddox.
Jones.
Maddox Joe.
Just Jones.
Where did I get
Maddox,
Maddox?
what my mother called me.
Joe.
I mean, it's his full name, but it's
Right.
Watching Abby trying to figure out proper nouns.
Listen, I'm sorry that I cannot hold on to proper nouns at all. Ever. My apology.
And
Yeah.
he revs the engine a little bit, and pulls out of the parking lot.
Cynthia obviously heads out as well.
And the vibes are only good. They're only impeccable.
This is a normal conversation that just happened.
Ah. Listen, he's a professional gambler. He's a fucking confident professional gambler.
Professional gambler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They exist.
No crime.
That's a thing. Certainly explains the briefcase is full of money.
True. True. Bingo Hall seems like an interesting place.
I don't think it was very interesting until maybe a week ago, to be honest with you. I
Until
think there's
medical-
probably a reason you never took Maggie Hyde up on bingo night. And I think that reason is probably because it's exactly as exciting as bingo is, although apparently now it might be worth looking into.
You can probably figure that out without actually having to go there.
Probably. I don't know. Who likes gambling? Magnolia Heights. Maybe we'll have her taste the joint or whatever.
You know Maggie, and you know that that would be a horrible plan.
This is true. Yeah. I think that's best about Cynthia's evening.
Yeah. I'm looking, we got 10 minutes to the 5-hour mark. That feels like a fairly good stopping place. So does anyone have anything, any last setup hurrah that we can round off this fine experience with?
I just want to know where man.
Then go down some driveway.
Don't
I
do
just want to
that.
know. I just want to know where Spook House.
Next time on Moss. Find Spook House, find mail.
Bingo hall? Maybe. We could
Frank is
also, I don't know
awesome.
how long it's gonna take, but we could also do the thing that I forgot the name of.
The end of session move.
Hopes and Dreams or whatever the fuck it's called.
Oh, also the end of session.
Yeah.
Yeah, also the end of session
That
moves.
was big.
I think that should honestly probably get us there. So we should do end of session moves first.
I've got one of those. I got one of those. It's
I think
called
yours only
Sword.
happens if you haven't done anything, but I think you have done
Yeah.
things.
It's the
At the end of an arc. Oh, it's only at arc of
It's not
mystery,
the
right?
end.
That's end of a.
It's not the end of session. I don't know. I'm looking at-
I don't know why I thought that was end of session either.
And either way, I think it only comes into play if you don't do anything.
If I've not taken a direct action.
Yeah.
To duty. Yeah. I'm doing great.
Anyone else have any end of session moves?
Yeah. That's it.
Cool, then we
Aside
should
from
do
this.
the experience one.
Yeah, babe. Reflection.
Reflection. Alright, we're gonna go one by one. Somebody tell me who's starting. I can't see Discord.
You.
Me.
Okay, cool. At the end of a session, I'm gonna ask you some questions. If you answer yes to 2 or more, mark experience. If you answer yes to all 4, mark 2 experience. Question 1. Did you uncover a secret or hidden truth?
Bingo crime is.
Okay,
Bingo.
you got no confirmation of crime, only of bingo.
We got bingo. We got man who's maybe doing crime.
Did you
money.
uncover anything that was a secret?
That was a secret. I feel like the answer is yes, but I feel like it's also no.
I think he was just really cagey about it. I don't know that it was
Yeah.
secret.
Yeah. Like this man just straight up told me he's on the run from the feds, right?
No, he said you wanted him to say that.
Right. Okay, well he did imply that perhaps I could turn him into the cops if I wanted to. Which I don't think
He again
means- I
implied
think
that he
makes
thought
it a
that's what you
secret.
wanted to do.
If he just like comes out and says it, does that make it a secret? No.
No. Did you resolve a long-term issue?
I don't think we have any long-term issues to
True.
resolve.
Did you roll with your highlighted stat?
I did. I did some looking around.
Were you
You know,
scared?
Was I? Not.
Okay.
I talked to people.
End
F.
of reflection for you. Who's
Yeah.
next?
Frank.
I think Frank's next.
All right, Frank. Did you uncover a secret or hidden truth?
Spook House?
Is that a secret?
He uncovered the Spook House and the fact that his employees go there.
I was gonna
like-
say, I think the bigger secret would probably be that your delinquents have been there.
Yeah.
So I'll give you that one reluctantly. Did you resolve a long-term issue? We don't really have
No.
any long-term issues. Did you roll with your highlighted stat?
No.
Were you scared?
No.
All right. Who's next?
We're on to the spookiness stuff.
Did you uncover a secret or hidden truth?
Is it me?
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys were pointing in different directions. I don't know if Spook House would count.
You figured out where it is.
He only really learned of it.
Yeah, you learned that a local rumor is a rumor. I don't know if that's
Yeah.
necessarily a
No.
hidden truth.
Yeah, no,
Did you resolve a long-term issue? No.
no,
Did you roll with your highlighted stat?
no,
Were you scared?
no.
Alright, last one. Tom, did you uncover a secret or hidden truth?
No.
Did you resolve a long-term issue?
We continue to not have any long-term
Did you
issues.
roll with your highlighted stat?
Roll full stop.
Were you scared?
No.
Alright. Cool. So,
We'll get some yeses eventually.
we'll get some yeses eventually. I'm not surprised that there were not many, on account of this being session 1.
We got no spookiness yet.
So, yeah, the other thing is the thing that I will just still don't remember the name of. Hopes and wishes and stars and something.
Stars and wishes.
Sure.
That's
basically we're
rough.
gonna do the circle again, but now you have to say one thing that you really enjoyed and one thing you hope to see next time. We can do the same order, that feels appropriate.
There was so much good banter. So much good banter. Especially like the whole everything with the paranormal protection squad.
Oh my god, yes.
So good. And then it's like what? Hopes.
Yeah, what
And-
what you want to see next time, what you're excited
I want
for.
Helen to make me regret hoping for spooky things. That's it. I hope for spooky things and I hope to regret hoping for spooky things.
I can make that happen for you. Who's next?
Frank. I very much enjoyed everything in the ice cream shop, honestly. Just very fun. Also, getting to see Cynthia adopt 2 kids this session was great. Yeah. What do I want to see next session? I want to see the Spook House. I want to see the Spook House.
I might be able to manage that for you, but it'll come down to a couple factors.
Does Milo know how to walk in the right direction and find it?
Debatable.
Is Milo willing to go there, or is Milo able to get someone to guide him there?
Can Milo get there without jumping headfirst into a wood chipper? Cool. Alright, who's next?
I think it's my turn. I think I'm just gonna steal Abby's for the stuff I like the most. I really like the bit with the Paranormal Society. That was very cute. And next time, I'm biased, but I also want to say Spook House.
I'm very intrigued. Okay.
Spook house, spook house.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna go with the crowd and say the whole, like, basically anytime we were in the just all of the, like, banter between the children was very good. And also, I'm not a criminal, just a professional. What a hell of a line.
I love Matic. He's awful.
Yeah, I'm a
such
big
fan.
fan of Matic Jones.
I was like, I don't know what the fuck to make of this
I might
man. And then he
have
went,
a
I'm
pencil
not a
sketch of
criminal,
him
just a
around. His,
I'm
his official art got corrupted, unfortunately.
Oh no.
no.
But he might exist
Hasn't-
elsewhere.
Didn't you draw him when we were in a draw pile once?
Yeah,
I know that you've mentioned. I know that I've heard the name before.
yeah, because I just was talking. I just he's so much fun to draw.
I want to know what the chartreuse sweater means.
Yeah, I want to see man.
Is that your hope for next time? Is man
I
is on
don't see
screen?
man.
I'm a big fan of Hector.
I want to see him again. I want to know what his deal is. I want to know what house he lives in, for starters.
I want to know what's up with his laugh.
awkward.
What is wrong with him? Is he okay?
Does he
Kellen,
need help?
set this couple up. I want to see it.
Like,
I'm working on it. He's
Sweater boys.
no, the first step is getting Tom to admit that he likes me. That's where you got to start.
I enjoyed all the little technology bits between Milo and Cynthia. I think that was
That's all I'm going. Yep, I'll definitely tell you if it goes.
ooh, and the death threat.
Oh, the death.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
I like it's so perfectly in character that like Frank does not mean that to come out that way, but I can't think of it anywhere else.
That Milo's only reaction was, I've never gotten caught before.
the fact that we convinced this poor woman that they're absolutely part of some crime gang or something. It's just impeccable. That was not what I wanted. I'm really hell-bent on finding this image because I know it exists.
We should also send I think the only other art we had was Hector, but it only was on the stream.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna start like posting all of the relevant art at the end in our Discord.
Yeah.
Seems like
Plus,
that.
it'll go in the wiki
Yeah.
also.
True.
So,
Which exists right here.
which will
Well,
exist. It doesn't.
which
I
will-
have my forbidden
will
wiki
exist.
that you're not invited to, but
Do we want to like wrap up the streaming part of this first and then
yeah, I was just gonna see if I could find it so that I could I could bring it up on stream maybe, but I suppose I can just go find it later and we can all giggle about it and our devoted following of no one but we'll just have to suffer. I'm sorry, guys.
those of you who exist and are watching, we
You
appreciate
don't
it.
get
Yeah.
man.
All right, well that does it for episode 1. We'll be here next Saturday doing the same thing probably, except for it'll be episode 2 and shit will happen other than idiots wander around the town. Not that I don't
Yep.
love that for us, but that should be
It's like
pretty
more
exciting.
productive. Idiots wander around town than like last time we did idiots wandering around town.
Because they didn't know how to play the game.
Like,
So yeah, that's that. I guess we'll see none of you next time on Moss. Cool. End stream.